We'll call this meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Lyons. Here. Commissioner Grisilli.
Here.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Here.
Commissioner Gillette.
Here.
Commissioner Binkhurst.
Here.
And Mr. Chairman Ahern.
Here.
For staff present are Todd Dumais, myself, town planner / designated wetlands agent, Brian Pudlick, senior planner, and Deputy Corporation Counsel Gina Verano. Absent from the DPZ are Commissioners Gomes and Neville. That is the roll, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to note for anyone who's standing, we actually have an overflow room in the auditorium with lots of comfortable seats and a nice big screen that will be broadcasting this as well. Mr. Dumais, could you start with our first items?
Sure. The first two items, I will read both items together. 1700 Asylum Avenue, application Inland Wetland 1203 of WEHA Development Group East, LLC, requesting approval of an inland wetland and watercourse permit to conduct certain regulated activities which may have an adverse impact on a wetland regulated area. The applicant proposes the construction of multi-story residential buildings and related site amenities, in addition to drainage, landscape, parking, and associated site improvements. The proposed work is within a 150-foot upland review area and includes direct wetland and watercourse impact. The application was determined to be potentially significant on July 10th and set for public hearing on Wednesday, September 6th, and was immediately opened and continued to October 2nd, again to October 23rd, then again to November 6th, and again to this evening on Wednesday, November 29th. 1800 Asylum Avenue, application Inland Wetland 1205 of WEHA Development Group LLC, requesting approval of an inland wetland and watercourse permit to conduct certain regulated activities which may have an adverse impact on a wetland regulated area. The applicant proposes the redevelopment of the former Yukon campus, including the demolition of all existing buildings and the construction of new buildings, including commercial, mixed-use, and residential, a new private roadway and surface parking lots, along with associated site improvements, including landscaping and site drainage. The proposed work is within a 150-foot upland review area and identified direct wetland and watercourses impact. The application was determined to be potentially significant on July 10th and set for public hearing on Wednesday, September 6th, and was opened and immediately continued on October 2nd and again to October 23rd, then again to November 6th, and to this evening, November 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. So I just want to open this up before we get going. So I just want to first of all say thank you to everyone for their patience. I know that it's taken a long time to get to this hearing. And I also just want to thank my colleagues up here and the town staff. I don't know if everybody sometimes doesn't realize, but all of the boards and commissions in the town of West Hartford are volunteer. They are unpaid, including the mayor of the town. And so when people come to do this, they do this because they care about their town. And I can tell you the people that I work with up here are some of the finest I've ever worked with. And so I just want to thank everyone in the work that they've done. Everyone here in the audience. Everyone here tonight is doing public service. And to me, that really, it means a lot to see a full house here tonight. So thank you very much for your interest and your involvement in the affairs of the town. So tonight, I'm going to try to walk through all of the stuff that we're doing tonight to make sure that everybody understands kind of the steps that we're taking during this hearing process. And so what I'm going to do tonight before the hearing, before the presentations even start, is I'm going to walk you through all of the steps so you understand what's coming and you understand sort of the order of things tonight. However, this is going to be a bit anticlimactic. We have received what is a late item that may affect the order of things tonight. So we need to take that up immediately first, so that before and so that may change things around. So it's not going to do any good for me to sort of explain what's going to happen until we take this item up first. Trust me, I will explain it all once we've sorted it. But so, Mr. Dumais, could you just explain what we have in front of us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, you have one item that I need to bring to your attention, and it's regarding the applications which are subject to this evening's special public hearing. On Monday, a petition to intervene in the proceedings as permitted under Connecticut General Statutes Section 22A-19 was received. The petition was dated November 26th, 2023, and signed by Ms. Feely, Ms. Rubin, and Dr. Schulman, all West Hartford residents seeking to become intervening parties to the agency's application review process.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. And so as this is something that is both, relatively late and something that I don't know that in the time that I've been on the commission, I have seen before. I want to ask the commission if they wish to seek to have a conversation with Corporation Counsel, as we haven't had the opportunity to have this explained to us and what our responsibilities are.
I'm going to make a motion that we enter executive session for the purpose of discussing the privileged and confidential legal memorandum regarding the verified petition to intervene.
All right, so we have a motion for executive session. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Before we vote, just so everybody in the audience understands what is being proposed here tonight, is that the commission go into what is called an executive session. That means that for very, very limited purposes, the commission will have a discussion with just its members and anyone who is invited into the executive session. In this case, I would be looking for the Corporation Counsel's office, which includes Dallas Dodge and Gina Verano, as well as Todd Dumais and Brian Public, just for the purposes of giving us legal advice. No votes will be taken, no decisions will be made. Everything that is important in terms of making decisions tonight will happen here at this dais in front of you. Okay? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? And I just want to note that a motion for executive session requires a supermajority, so that would be 4 of the 5. And seated on this will be Mr. Lyons. And then, we have any other discussion? Let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, we're in executive session. We'll be back. Just a little bang. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your patience. So we have in front of us what is called a verified petition to intervene, and that is to become an intervening party, and it's been filed by Christine Feely, Jessica Rubin, and Gary Schulman. So the commission's responsibility here tonight will be to make a determination under General Statutes 22A-19 as to whether they have met their burden to become intervening parties in both 1700 and 1800 in this case. So that would require a motion of the commission.
I move that we grant the verified petition to intervene submitted by Christine Feely, Jessica Rubin, and Gary Schulman.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Brinkhorst?
None.
Ms. Gillette?
None.
Anyone else seated on this will be Ms. Grisilli. All right. Let me try your minds then. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed. All right. So the motion for, the verified petition to intervene is accepted, and Christine Feely, Jessica Rubin, and Gary Schulman are now considered intervening parties in these proceedings. So let me kick into what all this means, and before we sort of kick off, and just explain to you guys how tonight's going to go. And I want to just say right out of the gate, we will not get it all done tonight. There will be this will be a multi-day hearing experience, but I'll get to that in a moment. So tonight, just so the people that are sitting here are have actually multiple roles for the town. That a lot of towns separate into multiple agencies. We are the Planning and Zoning Commission, but we are also the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. So we have a role as the planners, and we have a role in zoning, but we also have a role in inland wetlands. Often, we are acting in all three roles on the same night. Tonight, however, we are only seated tonight in our inland wetlands and watercourses role, and the reason that's sort of important is that it is a very limited role. Insofar as this is a very large application. There's a lot of things that are on these on the materials that we've received, right? However, the scope of our review is limited to our inland wetlands regulations. And since we've sort of gone for a little while, I'm not going to read this portion, but I would encourage anyone to read the very first paragraph of the very first 1.1 of our inland wetlands regulations, because I think it makes an excellent explanation as to why these regulations exist, why we exist, what our role is, and the importance of our role in preserving the natural resources in our town. I've also, and Mr. Dumais, I didn't verify with you, has the 10.2, did we have a chance to make those available?
They are available for members of the commission. I believe there are a few copies for the public, but the regulations are also available on the town's website.
Okay.
For anyone to review.
All right. So there are particular considerations that we have to make as a commission. This is a very technical review that we have to make, and it's going to be under 10.2 of our inland wetlands and watercourses regulations. So why am I bringing all this up? Because this is a very large application, and this is like step one, right? Like if, let's say they got through tonight, right? There would be many other things that had to be done to actually bring this project, into being. We're not considering any of those things tonight, right? So, and the reason I'm sort of bringing this up, and this is for the commission, this is for the applicant, this is for the intervener, and this is for the members of the public who will be speaking during these hearings. There are going to be things that aren't relevant to our consideration tonight that, we make the mistake all the time. We'll ask questions and we'll go, oh, wait a minute, no, that's not relevant to what we're, and so it's going to be my job as chair to sort of kind of keep us on the road, on the path. So, things like traffic, right? That's not going to be a consideration tonight because traffic is not a consideration in the inland wetlands and watercourses regulations. Signage, we may like the signage, we may not like the signage. It's not something we're considering in our inland wetlands determination. Or other types of of design, and so on and so forth. And so, you might hear me tonight sort of gently being like, hey, you know what, actually, that's not really relevant to this, that, or the other thing, and I may do that to sort of everyone, to people sitting next to me and the people speaking tonight. So, as I said in the beginning of this, this will be more than a one-day hearing. There are a few reasons for that. One is this is just a very large application. There's a lot of materials to get through just for the applicant alone. We just took a vote to add an intervening party. What that means now then is there is another party in this application who has rights to make a presentation, and it'll be similar to the applicant. And I don't know what they have prepared. I don't know how long their presentation is going to be. But that's going to add time to tonight, right? And there's a number of individuals who want to speak, and I think that's great. But that's going to mean that we're going to need more time to get through everything. And that's going to be really important for us, is that we want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to give us all the information so that we can make a knowledged decision as to these applications. So, and Mr. Dumais, just a quick question. Do we have a verified continued date?
We do, Mr. Chairman. It is Monday, December 11th.
Monday, December 11th. So what I'm going to propose, and it's really going to be up to the commission, is that there be a stop time. And it doesn't have to be this exact time, because frankly, if it doesn't, if we're at that time and it doesn't make sense, it'll be a vote of the commission itself. But it should be somewhere in the 10:30 to 11 range. Okay. So, and I've sort of already explained the intervener here, but so let me just tell you how the order of things are going to go tonight. So the first thing that's going to happen is what normally happens. The applicant is going to have the opportunity to make their presentation, right? However, this is where it's going to be a little different with an intervener involved, intervening party, and those three individuals that I mentioned before. After each expert each logical section of the expert's presentation, the interveners will have an opportunity to cross-examine as to the testimony of the as that particular expert. So that those questions have to remain within the scope of the testimony, because it is a cross-examination. All right. And then after those questions are exhausted, then the commission will ask their questions of the expert. And then we'll move on to the next expert, and so on and so forth, until the applicant's presentation is complete. Then the intervener will have their opportunity to make their presentation, just as the applicant did. And the same things will apply there for the applicant. The applicant will have the opportunity to cross-examine as to any testimony that is brought by the intervener. And then the commission will ask their questions. All right? And there, of course, can be, after all of that, follow-up questions by the commission until we're done with our questions, right? Or at least for tonight, because we know there's going to be a continued day on this hearing. So that does not mean the commission's questions are done. At that point, then, we will move on to the public comment portion of the evening. And I believe that there is a sign-up list. Now, typically what the commission does, but in a case like this where we have a number of individuals here, this isn't really going to be workable. But typically what the commission does is we take people in three groups. We go those for, those against, and then those neither for nor against. Tonight, we're going to follow a list, right? And there's a list in here, and there's a list in the overflow room, okay? And we need to have people put their names down on that list, because we're going to take it in that order. We're going to ask everyone to try to keep to 3 minutes on your presentation. Now, that does not mean that's going to be your last opportunity to say anything. We just want to make sure that people keep, this is meaning members of the public, their presentation to 3 minutes, and then you will have the opportunity to speak again, but once everyone else has had the opportunity to speak, right? So those 3 minutes won't be the only 3 minutes you get, but we want to make sure that we get the opportunity to hear from as many people as possible. And this will, and again, tonight, and then the other reason that the list will be important is because we need to know when we go to the continued hearing who has spoken already, so that we can keep it fair in terms of the order of things. Let's see, do I have anything else? So in terms of, the public comment portion, if there are groups of individuals who are sort of like-minded or organized together, it's been my experience that you're more effective if you choose a spokesperson rather than having, say, 20 people come up and sort of repeat the same thing over and over again. And a lot of it just has to do with the human capacity to assimilate, information, right? After a while, it's just sort of, it's so much information that you're not really assimilating and it loses its effectiveness over time. That's not a requirement. This really is up to you guys, but it's just something I recommend. If you have, if you're part of an organized group, that have someone be your spokesperson. And I think that helps a great deal. I think I'm done here. I think I've gassed myself out here. I really appreciate everyone, just sort of listening to this. It's really important that you guys sort of understand what we're doing. And I may be sort of doing this as we go. It's going to be a little like, okay, here's what we're doing here. Okay, here's what we're doing here. But I really want to make sure you guys understand how this process is going. Like, we do this all the time. We're used to it. But like, you guys, I don't guess you hang out at these types of hearings all the time. So we want to make sure you guys understand what we're doing. Okay, with that, we're going to start. So the first thing up is the applicant. Is the applicant ready to proceed?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the agency, members of the audience. We're pleased to be here this evening. My name is Robin Pearson. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Alter and Pearson in Glastonbury, Connecticut, and I represent the applicant, WEHA Development Group LLC and WEHA Development Group East LLC. They are the owners, respectively, of the properties that are the subject of this proceeding this evening, and that is 1800 and 1700 Asylum Avenue. Here this evening, though I may have lost track of where he is in the audience, is Jonathan Miley, who is in charge of all planning and construction on behalf of the applicant. But he is leaving the presentation up to his team of experts, so he's here. And there he is. He's waving hello to you. So I just wanted you to know that he is here and to introduce him to you and to the public. I have submitted already the sign affidavits for the sign posting so that the notice that is required for proceeding is in place and has been documented. As you are aware, both of the parcels that are at issue, 17 and 1800 Asylum Avenue, have been previously owned by the University of Connecticut, but it is now, that site is vacant. And I would like to underscore for the record that certainly the university, even if we do unintentionally refer to this as the Yukon site, has absolutely no remaining interest in either of these sites or involvement in this development plan. So I'm sure you have a general idea of what the purpose of the evening's proceeding is. It is to determine whether or not the wetlands and watercourses on the two sites will be appropriately protected and preserved should the proposed development plan be approved. In doing so, the Inland Wetland Agency will have to identify and examine all proposed activities within a wetland or watercourse on the property, as well as understanding the development plan within the regulated 150-foot wide radius area that is in place along the entire perimeter of any wetland or watercourse on this site. It will then determine whether these regulated activities will cause harm to the wetland resources. If the evidence supports a finding that there will be no harm, the Inland Wetland Agency will be obliged to issue a permit in light of the application materials provided. Where there is a possible negative impact, the Inland Wetland Agency will consider certain mitigating factors that may offset the harm to the extent that a permit may still be issued. And I think part of what my team wants to be able to do as we go through this presentation tonight is to make sure we know that this agency has dealt with all these types of issues before and certainly knows what it is doing and understands some of the terminology involved, but we would like to be sure that the public too understands exactly what is at issue here, what the jurisdiction is of the agency, and that we are able to give you a better picture of the existing resources and convince you indeed that we are not going to be doing anything that would be to the detriment of those wetland resources. In conducting its analysis, the agency is going to look at the development that is proposed within the upland review area, commonly but inappropriately referred to at times as a buffer. When they do that, they will carefully review the activities that are proposed in that area, but this agency knows, and I want to make sure that you too understand, that an upland review area is not a no-build area. Therefore, really calling it a buffer, which implies an open area free of disturbance between the perimeter of the development envelope that's proposed and the wetland or watercourse, is not correct. As its name makes clear, the upland, and upland means non-wetland soils, the upland review area is a 150-foot wide area subject to careful scrutiny by the agency to make sure the design of the proposed development in that area, within that 150-foot wide strip, will not cause damage to the existing wetlands or watercourses. As an example, the removal of trees within that 150-foot upland review area can only be the basis of a denial of the permit if the removal will directly, negatively impact the wetland or watercourse. In addition, constructing a building or portion of a building within the upland review area can only be the basis of a permit denial if it will also have a direct negative impact on the wetlands or watercourses on the site as they exist today. Whether the public would like to see more open space built into the development, or disagrees with the proposed density, or does not like the type of uses proposed, or wants more trees to remain on the sites that are at issue, or is concerned about traffic or the design of the structures, those are not issues that come within the Inland Wetland Agency's jurisdiction unless they directly impact the wetland or watercourse itself. Ultimately, it's our burden to prove to this agency that the application is consistent with purposes and policies of these regulations and 22A-36 to 22A-45, which are the wetland statutes for the Connecticut General Statute. So both state and local requirements have to be met. With regard to the 22A-19 interveners petition, which you have just heard the chair and the commission discuss, I'd like to make a few comments. Please know that the applicant does not at all object to the action that has been taken to accept that petition. Indeed, we welcome the opportunity to discuss and consider any insights that the interveners may provide in terms of the overall review of these applications. But that said, the local inland wetland body is not a little environmental protection agency. So their environmental authority is limited to the wetland and watercourse areas that are subject to its jurisdiction. There has been a Supreme Court Connecticut case on this. It's entitled Connecticut Fund for the Environment, Inc. versus City of Stamford, 192 Connecticut 247. And it reaffirmed that the only impact an inland wetland agency may consider when deciding a permit is the impact on the regulated wetlands and watercourses, and that therefore the petition that has been filed with regard to the opportunity to do so under the state statute, 22A-19, is not intended to expand the jurisdiction that the agency has when it decides a permit. The authority of the administrative board to which the permit is presented is governing, and in this case, that is the Inland Wetland Agency, so that whenever interveners raise environmental issues, the Inland Wetland Agency is limited to consider only environmental matters which impact on inland wetlands. And that's from page 250 of that case decision that I mentioned to you. Now, what that means, we've looked at the petition, and there are a number of issues that the petitioners have raised, and many of them are very valid issues for the commission to consider, not only normally with or without the petition, but under also the jurisdiction of that petition, and the commission will ultimately have to make some findings with regard to the claims of the petitioners when it acts on this application. But it does mean that some of the items raised are not relevant for this proceeding, and I'd just like to note what they are in the written petition itself. That means that traffic, paving, earthwork, tree removal, wildlife habitat changes, and noise and air pollution issues or concerns are not appropriate items for this commission to consider, even under 22A-19, unless they are demonstrably and negatively shown to impact the wetlands themselves. So, as the chairman indicated, certainly this is the first step in our proceeding to bring this development to fruition. We cannot go forward unless we receive the requisite wetland permit authorization, but should we do so, a zoning application will be submitted to the town council within the next couple of months, maybe a month, maybe a little longer. Things seem to have taken a lot longer than we thought they were going to initially. But that would be the next step, and many of the issues that you may wish to discuss tonight would be considered more appropriately in another venue, such as before the town council. We recognize that the interveners and the community members that are here are clearly here because you are very interested in the protection of the wetlands, and we applaud you for that. We acknowledge your concerns and your sincere interest, and what we really hope is that through our presentation this evening, we are going to be able to reassure you that the Oak Park development proposal has been well thought out, will be beneficial for the community on many accounts, but most importantly, will significantly improve the wetland values and functions of the site. Indeed, when considering the purpose and objectives of the inland wetland regulations for the town, I think when you consider those items, and I would like to go through them quickly so you keep them in mind while we do our presentation, I think it's fair to say that we are in many ways rescuing the wetlands that already exist on this site. And I think you'll be surprised to see where some of those wetlands are. But if you have not done so, I'd just like to quickly point out what the purpose of the inland wetland regulations are and what this commission, and you should also keep in mind as we go through our application and discuss the impacts we believe our development will have on the site, in terms of understanding that indeed I believe we are having positive impacts. So if you refer to section 1.1 of the wetland regs, it says that the purpose of those regs is to protect the citizens of the town by providing for the protection, preservation, maintenance, and use of the inland wetlands and watercourses by minimizing their disturbance and pollution. I will note that we have very minimal disturbances, and we are indeed going to be rectifying existing pollution situations that exist. The Commission will look at maintaining the wetlands and watercourses, improving water quality in accordance with the highest standards set by federal, state, or local authority, prevent damage from erosion, turbidity, or siltation, prevent the loss of fish and other beneficial aquatic organisms, wildlife, and vegetation, and the destruction of the natural habitats hereof, and deter and inhibit the danger of flood and pollution, which I know is an issue of concern to many people here. They will look at protecting the quality of the wetlands and watercourses for conservation, economic, aesthetic, recreational, and other public and private uses and values, and we'll discuss that for you. And by balancing the need for the economic growth of the town and use of its land with the need to protect the environment and ecology so that the safety of those natural resources for the benefit and enjoyment of residents of the town and their generations yet unborn will be secured with this application. And I do believe our application does just that. These wetlands on the sites, predominantly on 1800 Asylum Avenue, are already defined in the wetland code and on the official wetland map as developed wetlands. A developed wetland means it's already has been disturbed, filled, and developed. These wetlands are not pristine. They are not, as you might envision a wetland, typically on the developed edge of a large natural habitat, but are right in the middle of a highly developed, dense neighborhood. Much of the wetland resources on 1800 are seriously polluted today by PCBs. Should this application be approved, WEHA, the applicant, will be investing well over $5 million to clean up the existing pollution that already exists in some of those watercourses on the site. Other wetlands on 1800 are planted and manicured as sterile lawns. We are not removing or reducing wetlands, except for a very small wetland, which I will point out, which is man-made. It's located on the corner of a building that already exists on the site and was created by water collecting there over time. It serves very little, if any, function, and we'll get into that in a little more detail. But otherwise, we are enhancing these wetlands. We are investing many additional dollars in order to return the wetlands to a much more high-functioning status through restoration of the wetlands themselves and enhancement of those wetlands on the site. And when we're finished, we're going to be able to provide both the residents who would reside on this development if the permit is issued, as well as residents of the community who wish to do so with a very attractive park-like setting with a naturalistic meadow look for you to enjoy, to walk through, to recreate in. And it is indeed a rescue mission with a very positive purpose and end result for all of our benefit. So what I'm going to make, our presentation will be as follows. I'm going to do a quick overview just to, in a really sort of general way, to give all of you a feel for what those wetland resources are. And then we're going to turn it over to Christopher Bertle, who is design director and landscape architect with urban design called Stantec. He's going to describe for you his vision for the site, basically working off of the need to design the site so that it takes advantage of the wetland resources, enhances and restores those. He'll be followed by Matthew Bruton, who is our consulting engineer with BL Companies, and he is going to go through the site plan. First of all, the history of the site as it has evolved, the site plan itself, grading, drainage, and other issues that deal with the actual physical development of the site. He's going to be followed by Christy Quagliaroli, I hope I got that right, who is an LEP, and she's going to talk about the remediation of the pollutants that exist in the wetlands and what we're talking about so that you will understand the extent of the issue, the problems that currently exist with the wetlands on the site and are worthy of being cleaned up and improved. Dominic Saltruda, also with BL Companies, will follow. He's going to go over our landscaping plan. A lot of concern in the audience, we know, by people about tree removal. We have a very positive story to talk about in terms of what trees are being removed and how indeed the site is going to be much more treed after this development is finished. Then Dean Gustafson, who is our senior wetland scientist with All Points Technology Corporation, will review for you his comprehensive report, which is on file, which analyzes the wetlands that exist and talks to you about why what we are doing will not negatively impact those resources. So, with that, can I ask that the screen come on down? We're going to use the screen to orient you and to show you in a broad way, for my part anyway, what is at issue with regard to this application. I have a pointer on my side to show the agency what we're looking at, and there will be somebody on the audience side who will also locate what we are showing to the agency so that you will have the benefit of understanding it. I need some water. Would you? That'd be good. But it's not showing up. Not showing on the screen. But somebody's got to be able to point on the audience.
Or I can do it.
Who's he?
Yeah, we have another.
Okay. This would be a disaster. In the old days, we used to do this with boards, but we can't do that anymore, and it would be a disservice to you because you would not be able to see what is being proposed. And we did try this earlier this evening, and it was working at that point, so.
This is the rule of presentations. I believe this has happened to Bill Gates and Steve Jobs as
That's
well.
right.
So this
That's
is, you're in
right.
good
I'm
company.
in good company.
Yeah.
And while we're standing here, I should mention that the person to my immediate left is Megan Hope, who is my partner and has been gracious enough to come up and point to things as I locate them, since she's better at pointing than I am, so. It's saying what? Not something?
I think it's like not to the 10. It's not good.
So the problem is, we are able to show it on your side, but not on the other side.
They have it, yeah.
They have it.
There you go.
Bingo.
Showbiz. All right, let's go.
Matt, are you going to keep the slide list on this? Okay, good. Does it work?
Yeah, you can use the mouse.
Sarah can use the mouse? Okay, great. And you do it on the side? Okay. Pardon me?
The mouse works on both.
With this?
If you hit the arrow button,
I think
it shouldn't
Sarah's
be too
just-
slow.
I don't feel like.
Is that you? Or is that Sarah?
Yeah, if she, oh, do you plug it in?
I don't know if the USB came out.
Yeah, but your dongle came out right.
I'll let Sarah advance them. Okay,
Sarah can use the mouse and it shows on both
okay.
screens.
Oh, apparently the mouse does show on both sides. Okay, great. So, I've already introduced the people that will be, or the companies that are represented by our experts this evening. The names are at the bottom of this particular slide. This is a close-up of the two sites, and we're going to move to the next slide, please. This is a aerial with lining over it, which indicates the two sites that are at issue. On the left-hand side is 1800, I'm sorry, 1800. And on the right-hand side is 1700. This is the existing, now vacant campus, and you can see that the sites, the two sites are located with the University of St. Joseph's exactly to the right on the easterly side. The development site is located in a densely populated residential area, but as currently developed, it is an institutional use, and both sides are indeed almost entirely developed. North is at the top, Lawler Road, and on the south is Asylum, and Trout Brook divides the two sites. If you go to the next slide, I'm going to show you the layout of the proposed development, and we'll then proceed to a rendering. The layout is relevant for the wetland purposes. What the development ultimately looks like is not something we're going to get into as part of the inland wetland review, but we just want you to understand what it is. So looking at this again, moving further out, taking in more of the neighborhood, you can see that on the 1700 side, we are proposing 4 buildings, residential structures, and the baseball fields will remain. On the westerly side, 1800, there are a number of buildings proposed, and they are starting at the top. There's going to be a commercial, I'm not even going to get into the specific uses other than it's a commercial structure. Next to that, going further to the south, is another commercial structure with residential on the top, and the same thing next to it. That structure right there is commercial. It's going to be a restaurant. Below that, we are proposing a spa building. And to the other side on the west, more commercial and with residential on top, and the large building with sort of a T shape that is an assisted living facility, which is residential. And we are proposing along Asylum a number of townhomes and residential structures, as well as up on Lawler Road. There are a couple of residential structures there. Next slide, please. This is how it would look if the application were to be approved, first by Wetlands, and then we'd have to go through a zoning process with the town council. Asylum Avenue is in the front, the town down there. The townhomes would border Asylum Avenue. There is a main drive that goes in at that location and then comes out on Trout Brook. And that is a built-up rendering of the buildings that I just described for you in terms of where their footprints are. Please note, and we'll come back to this slide, I believe, sometime in the future, that much of the site is going to remain green. And as I say, we'll get into that in more detail. Across the street is the proposed multifamily development and the ball fields. So again, we're not going to be talking about these issues. I just wanted to show them to you. So go to the next slide, please. Current aerial photograph or aerial of the site. Keep these two developed sides of the sites in mind as you think about the development that's going to be proposed and is in front of the commission for consideration. Obviously, on the 1700 side, most of that area is paved with parking. The ballparks are what the ballparks are. That site is almost entirely developed. On the 1800 side, to the west, the old university campus buildings, most of the development, it follows a central portion through the center of the site and connects to the parking area that served that site on the easterly side. Now I'd like to take you to to look at each one of those parcels on its own. The first one is 1700, if you would go to the next slide. No, there should be one before that that shows the wetlands. Keep going, keep going. The wetland one is gone. On the previous one or
Yep.
the next one?
Yep, go to the previous one, Sarah.
Are you able to move it, Sarah, to the previous slide? Okay.
It's faint, but it shows
It's
up in
very
blue.
faint. They are there? You're going to have to point, Matt, because I can't even see them from here. All right, so the wetlands are on both sites along, you know what, this is not going to work. Okay, guys, we're going to have to go to another slide. Go to the next slide, please. Here's, first of all, what I would like to show you. I had hoped to be able to point out where the wetlands are, and the wetlands generally are along the exterior border of the site down that way, and they come all the way back. Keep coming, Sarah. Yes, they go back that way. The pink line that I'm showing you right now on this slide is the envelope of development. So only within that pink area will there be any development on the 1700 side. If you go to the next slide, This is showing you the only area within that envelope that will have development within the upland review area that is not currently developed. So those are the only new areas of development within the upland review area on 1700. And that's it. So when this commission analyzes what's happening on this site and decides whether 1700 is worthy of a permit, it's going to be looking at the changes in those two areas in particular, but also whether any of the development within the rest of the upland review area on this site that's already developed will have a direct impact on the wetlands. Now, there is some additional development outside of this parking lot area in the corner up by Lawler Road and Trout Brook, but that is outside the upland review area. So I'm not even showing it because it's not pertinent for what we want to show you now. So now you can see here, we had hoped before to be able to show you that on the existing site so you could see it on the aerial as opposed to just on a flat plan. But the green area on this image for 1700 is wetland. The blue area on this image of 1700 is the upland review area. So when the commission evaluates this application, they're going to look at the activities, particularly within that blue area, and of course they're going to be concerned with whether there's any direct activity in the inland wetland itself. And there is. There's a very small pink spot up there, and that on 1700 is where we are doing some work within the wetland area. Now, what's important about that, and we'll go into more detail, is that that is an existing outfall point that drains that parking lot. We are improving it. We are not expanding that area or anything like that. We are not taking away wetland. We are just improving items at that outfall point. So I'm going to ask to go to the next slide. And do we have the same situation? Or we do have it? We do have it. Ah, excellent. So on 1800, we have outlined for you in red those areas of inland wetlands and watercourses on the site. So Sarah has outlined it. Everything within this thing she's outlining right now is a wetland. Can you just, on the west side, Sarah, really kind of make it clear what is the wetland? It's everything within that going to the border of the site. You'll note most of it is lawn. If you look at the top, there is a circle of a wetland up in, no, over there, right there, little wetland there. That is not the one I said was small and would be removed. The one that is small and will be lost as a result of the work we're proposing is that little one right there that's in a clearly developed area and on the edge of that building. The figure 8 wetland, those are the two ponds that you see when you cross, and that's a watercourse. Up at the top along Trout Brook, that is actually Trout Brook area, and the wetlands to the south are, again, lawn, and they are, go further to the south, Sarah. This way, towards Asylum. All of that is wetland, and most of it is lawn, except for those trees that are growing along. There's a stream there, a conduit there, not a stream, that takes water from the pond to the drainage system. So those are the wetlands that we're talking about. Mostly lawn, and you might not even think they are wetlands, but they're not, you know, as some might typically envision a wetland resource as being extremely naturalistic and undeveloped. These are developed wetlands, and they are sterile lawn for the most part, mowed, previously graded, used by the public. Let's go to the next slide. Now, what we wanted to show you here was, or is, the building envelope that we propose for 1800. The work will be within that purple line. I think what's important for you to see here is that it pretty much follows the area of development and disturbance already on 1800. We're sticking to the center, except for the townhomes along the street, and we're staying within those confines. Can you go to the next slide? On this site, again, the same key applies. So on 1800, those green areas are the wetlands. And you can see why we wanted to use that aerial, because it's hard for you to understand where those wetlands are if you don't see it superimposed on the aerial and current development itself. I'm not going to go into the detail of this. We'll leave that to Mr. Gustafson. But I just want to point out the limited areas where we have direct, either temporary or permanent wetland impacts. And they are, starting on the westerly side. That is the wetland that I said is by the corner of the building and will be eliminated. The next is a little wetland down at the bottom where we propose some development, and we'll get into the reasons for that. If you go to the corner of Trout Brook and Asylum, those are wetland disturbances that we are proposing in order to create connection paths for the public, and it's a beneficial public service to allow people to be able to use the site and actually get up close to the wetlands and observe them. The other wetland disturbances, that one, actually I forget exactly what it is, but Dean will go through it for you. There are other wetland disturbances up where the bridge has got to be repaired between the two wetlands. There's some additional work just above that on the pond, has to deal with an outfall point, and up there, and then there's one more at the tip of that big green lawn. And Dean will go through the specifics of all of that. So with that, I think you have an understanding of the site. You know what we're proposing to do. You know what exists there now. And you have an idea of the scope of the wetland work that we are looking for permitting. And I am now going to turn this over to Chris, who is going to, again, I mentioned Chris Bertle is the design director and a landscape architect with urban design for Stantec, and he is going to talk about our vision incorporating and using those wetland resources in terms of the site development. We have provided the staff with the resumes of all of our experts, so that is in the file also. When we conclude and go through our experts' presentations, we are going to postpone any comments that we might have with regard to findings or our conclusions, and certainly we need to have an opportunity to respond to any comments and questions that you all have, as well as the commission. So we're just going to push that over to the next meeting date. So Chris, if you would.
Thank you, Attorney Pearson. One quick thing I didn't say at the beginning is for everyone who comes up, and we'll start with you, Mr. Byrd, any member of the public, and just state your name and your address for the record, and just please spell your name. And also, and not that anything's happened, but if everyone just check your phones, make sure they're on silent or vibrate. That's it.
I should check mine first.
What reminded me is my phone was not on silent or vibrate, so.
Okay, I'm Christopher Bridle. I'm with Stantec. I'm a landscape architect and urban designer. My work address is 40 Water Street in Boston. And I'm going to sort of talk through some holistic vision for the site, both the 1800 side and the 1700 side. And then other members of the team will get into specifics about each each side of Trout Brook Drive. But this initial slide is to show and illustrate the sort of programmatic and recreational function of the site in general. And we're showing here 4 different colors. And you'll notice that the largest or the most expansive color, this green color, is showing the recreational or programmatic function of the wetlands, which takes up almost a good majority of both sides of the site, and that we're using this enhanced wetland as a recreational resource for the public to create this wonderful parkland and park-like resource for the community and the public. The other central sort of pink color or magenta color is a central plaza, which is sort of underpinning and centralizing the sort of function and recreational value of the plaza and the building and the built form. But that's immediately adjacent to the figure of 8 or the pond, which we see as a sort of integral feature of the site and a really important recreational function of the site. Not part of the wetland, but I think it's important to say that the streetscape is also part of the suite of programmatic or recreational value of this site. It's going to be a wonderfully tree-lined, activated retail corridor, and that it will be part of the larger recreational loop that we're showing here in the sort of purple color, where we have a large outer loop that will allow people to walk and recreate through the wetland and connect people to the streetscape and the different functions and programs of the site, including the buildings. We also have that sort of lighter green color, which is the more refined, more manicured, I would say, lawns, and they're sort of at the entrances to the 2 sides of the development. So that there is actually recreational lawns that people can use as part of this site. But to reinforce again that the sort of underpinning language for the site is the wetland and the restored wetland, and we'll go into that in a bit more detail. So we go to the next slide. So this sort of shows how we're thinking about the sort of landscape or site characters. We've split the site up into 7 different landscape typologies, as we call them, and they go from very naturalized landscapes to very refined landscapes. But as I mentioned earlier, the more naturalized landscapes, the wetlands, the woodland buffers, the parking buffers that surround the parking lots, and the green corridors are considered to be very naturalized landscapes that are enhancing the existing wetland. And again, the wetland is really the underpinning character of the site. And that as we get to areas around the buildings, that central pink magenta plaza that I mentioned, they're the more refined elements, but they're very small elements within the larger plan. And the pastoral lawn, as I mentioned as well, those lighter green areas are more refined, manicured areas, but again, smaller areas. And the larger area again is the naturalized and improved wetland. So we go to the next slide. This sort of walks through those 7 character areas and shows you where they appear on the site. So as I mentioned, the pastoral lawn are the gateway lawns. They're recreational lawns. They allow people to sort of throw a frisbee or lay out on the lawn. The naturalistic wetland meadow is the larger, again, expansive area of the site and provides the identity for the site. When people will recall this site, they'll be thinking about these really lovely wild meadow, wetland landscapes that people will be able to walk through, run through, sit in, and really enjoy. These woodland buffers are at the perimeter, and they're dense tree canopies with understory that buffer the adjacent community from this development, so that the residential community surrounding it are buffered with dense planting. And if we go to the next slide, these are some of the more refined, manicured I would say, areas within the site. Again, smaller areas of the site, but we have that lovely streetscape, tree-lined streets with trees very closely planted so that people walking down this street will have a lovely shaded environment, and the retail environment we hope will be spilling out onto this streetscape. The perimeter buffer is a sort of, again, denser landscape along the street edge that buffers Lawler and Asylum from the sort of wider, more expansive wetland landscape. And these green corridors connect the outer loop, the recreational outer loop, to the inner loop that we're providing. This inner loop will be sort of within the sort of more central naturalistic wetland and will link each building together with this inner recreational loop. And as I mentioned, the parking buffer is this sort of transitional space that will transition the wetland, naturalistic wetland meadow to the more refined areas of the plan and buffer the parking lots so that the parking lots are not dominant but buffered by these landscape buffers. So at this point, I'll hand it over to Matt.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the agency, members of the public. For the record, my name is Matthew Bruton. I'm a civil engineer, professional engineer in the state of Connecticut from BL Companies out of our Hartford, Connecticut office at 100 Constitution Plaza. So I'm going to walk you through the next couple of slides are the history of this property. And I'll have Sarah B.R. Vanna White and continue to point for me. So the first slide here you can see is from the 1930s. The rough outline that you can see, this kind of trapezoidal shape, is the perimeter of both properties, 1700 and 1800. And you can see that we've estimated the current location of Trout Brook Drive in between to give you a sense of kind of where this property falls compared to how you recognize it today. And also on the right-hand side, if Sarah can point, we have pointed out the approximate location of the champion white oak, which obviously, as everyone knows, still exists on the site today. As you can see from this photo, the site is largely undeveloped, sparsely treed. It's indicative of, I guess, the surrounding area as well. Very little development, very little tree cover. Pretty vacant in this era. Sarah, next slide. So this date is wrong here, but this is a slide from the 50s. So the blue and yellow are the same, right? Both sites and approximation of Trout Brook Drive and the champion white oak. So you can see obviously development starting. St. Joe's on the right, residential towards the bottom and to the left. The site's still vacant, sparsely treed except for maybe the upper right-hand corner there, which is, the future location of Lawler. But you can see, obviously, you'll see as the site progresses through the years. Next slide, Sarah. This is from the 70s. So same thing you can see here, perimeter for the properties. You see Trout Brook Drive now in existence. Their yellow line has disappeared, bisecting our blue. You can see obviously surrounding St. Joe's is developed further from when we showed you before in the 50s. You can see the perimeter to the north and the west and the south, obviously residential development continuing to expand. And you can see commercial development in the far upper left-hand corner. More importantly on site, you can see the beginning constructions of the development of the Yukon campus. So obviously on the side that Sarah is circling now, you can see the buildings coming and shaping, parking, drives, sidewalks, and then you can also see, which will be more important as you've seen before and moving forward, is the construction of those stormwater basins. They're classified as wetlands now. They still exist today, looking to save them, but you can see that they came into existence in the 70s when this photo was taken. On the right-hand side, you can see obviously the champion white oak estimated location in there, and the parking lot coming into fruition as well. Next slide, Sarah. So this slide is from '86. You can see kind of construction is kind of finished on the property. Trout Brook and the blue are the same. You can see obviously the development around the perimeter is kind of come to fruition in terms of St. Joe's and the residents. You can see obviously on the left-hand side, Yukon campus is finished. You can see the sidewalks. You can see those stormwater ponds in the middle. On the right-hand side, you can see the extent of the parking lot. And then in the lower right-hand corner, you can obviously see the beginnings of the recreational baseball facility. And then here is 2022 aerial. Obviously, you can see, this is more zoomed in, obviously, but you can see kind of the current site today. Baseball fields are obviously further developed from the previous slide. You can see in color now the parking field to the north there for Yukon. Obviously, cars in the parking lot as it was active, and then the Yukon campus to the left-hand side with everything we discussed before. So that's kind of a little bit of the history through the years. So next slide, Sarah. So as Robin's pointed out, and there'll be a little bit of repetition here, obviously, but this is the current existing conditions of both sites with the wetlands highlighted over an aerial. You can see here, I think, the importance is obviously those stormwater ponds that were built in the 70s and continued are now classified as wetlands, and those exist. So next slide, Sarah. So this is another view, and I'm going to pivot now to specifically talking about the 1700 side. And the team and I are going to kind of delve more into that side first, talking about engineering, landscaping, and the environmental side, and then we'll pivot back to 1800, just so you guys can follow along. So the background of this is obviously the aerials that you've seen in prior slides, and the thick red perimeter that Sarah can trace is the existing pavement limits, development limits of the parking lot as it exists today. What we show in blue is obviously our proposed development, and as Robin stated before, some of those other prior exhibits were largely staying within that boundary, with two exceptions: the parking lot to the south, which is mostly for the dedicated parking for the baseball. We're expanding that in that little area, and then one of the residential buildings towards the center of the site, we are expanding a little bit in that area to be able to maintain some safe driving distance and emergency access for that building. You can go to the next slide, Sarah. So this plan, as Robin had showed you before, was a similar plan that showed the overall neighborhood area. It just zoomed in a little bit further. All obviously focus on the right-hand side for the moment. So just for orientation, obviously bottom of the page is Asylum Avenue, Trout Brook in the middle, and Lawler to the top. As mentioned before, baseball fields in the lower right-hand corner are to remain and be unchanged. As you kind of move up the page, what we're proposing is a dedicated parking field for the the users of the baseball field, and a dedicated entrance solely to Trout Brook Drive. It's approximately 102 parking spaces. As you move up, there's the white buildings there, the white roof buildings. There's 4 residential buildings, 322 units, and a dedicated driveway to Trout Brook Drive, and 572 dedicated parking spaces for this use. I'd also like to point out, and they're a little bit smaller features, so you'll have to follow the mouse along. We are proposing connectivity, not only from the baseball fields through the development, through the intersection. You can follow Sarah along there. So there is a bridge, obviously, that connects now the baseball fields to the other side over the St. Joseph's Brook. That's going to be maintained, and we're picking it up and continuing that path through the site and along the Champion White Oak and through the center of the development. In addition to that expansion and that maintaining that connectivity, we're also providing a sidewalk frontage along Trout Brook, which currently does not exist. So we're showing sidewalk from Lawler all the way down to Asylum for an additional sidewalk pedestrian access way. And then we were also proposing a walk along Lawler Avenue for a portion of it, and Sarah can trace with the mouse as you can follow along there, for a short section there as well that then turns into the development. So really trying to promote connectivity to the surrounding neighborhood, to draw obviously people in and promote the use of the baseball and then others as this continues to develop. Go to the next slide, Sarah. Okay, so this is, again, focused on 1700, grading, drainage, and FEMA. So a couple things to note here, and I'll expand upon these bullet points. So the design of this development in relation to stormwater and flood is dictated by a couple of things. 2004 Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual, 2002 Erosion and Sedimentation Control Guidelines, and obviously your town of West Hartford regulations. The goals of these regulations that we're abided to follow on, and Commission will obviously be taking into account in terms of how we're I think, going to be positively affecting these wetlands are water quality improvements, pre and post flow mitigation, TSS removal, maintaining drainage patterns. So I'll talk about the stormwater first before I move on to flood. So currently on the site, which is the Yukon parking lot, there are catch basins and pipes. Very basic, very rudimentary. In general, the site as it exists today is relatively flat. In general, everything flows from the parking lots to St. Joseph's Brook. Makes sense. That's why there's a river there. That's why there's wetlands along this side. That system is really just conveying water from the parking lot into St. Joseph's Brook. Good to keep water out of the parking lot, but really no other function besides that. So with our development here, we're looking to improve upon that. We want to hit these things that are required by state regulations and town regulations. So we are providing a new revised stormwater management system to accomplish this. So what I'm talking about is catch basins with deep sumps and hoods, talking about hydrodynamic separators, I'm talking about detention systems. All of those things provide what we call the treatment train. So all these devices provide capture and retain water, convey them similar to what exists on site today, because we still want the water to go from point A to point B and feed these wetlands and feed the river. We don't want to dry something out or overwhelm a certain area, but they are providing nutrient removal. So that 80% TSS is total suspended solids. This is the kind of grit and grime that are picked up by rainfall and as water moves as it hits the ground across commercial parking lots and residential areas and then flow into our wetlands and waterways. So the goal of the proposed system that we do have is to clean this water to the standards set by the town and the state, so when it does discharge to the wetlands and the watercourse, it's in a better state than it was today. So this is a vast improvement over the system that's in the property today. In addition to that, pre versus post mitigation. So obviously, we're staying kind of relatively in bounds of what's built there today, but we do have some more increase in impervious area. So we don't want to put more water to areas than we had before. So we analyze the site for 2, 5, 10, 25, 50, and 100-year events to size our systems to accommodate the variety of rainstorms that we're all used to seeing. See here. And then lastly, maintaining the existing drainage patterns. So as I said, in general, the site, a little bit of the water does go to Trout Brook, but the majority of the parking lot as it sits today goes to St. Joseph's Brook. The slide you saw before from Robin, and you'll hear again from Dean later, is there is one dedicated outfall that goes to St. Joseph's Brook now. We are maintaining that outfall, making some improvements to it though, and that is the kind of sole permanent and temporary impacts to the wetlands on this property related to stormwater management. Now in terms of flooding and FEMA, so the town regulations require a no-rise certification. So the bullets beneath that kind of summarize what they're looking for in terms of that. Maintaining floodplain capacity, providing compensatory storage within the same hydraulic reach, analyzed for up to and including the 100-year flood, and an unrestricted hydraulic connection. So as you guys can imagine, the FEMA flood zone for this property, the 1700 side, is mainly associated with the St. Joseph's Brook, which Sarah can trace obviously as the river that bisects the property from north to south. So to be able to provide that no-rise certification that's being reviewed by town staff and town engineers, we provide a HEC-RAS model that compares existing conditions to proposed conditions, so we can see how the floodwaters will be deflected by our proposed development. And we were able to analyze that and state that we can certify this by a professional engineer, that we can provide that no-rise certification. So what that means in layman's terms is our proposed development is not going to have any impact upstream or downstream as a result of this development. Now, in addition to that, there are some town-led projects that are in the works that are within this area, and we have been coordinating with the town on those efforts for future projects that will be intermingled, I guess, what we're proposing on this side and also on 1800. I think you'll hear more about that later from the town as that process continues. Sarah, I think you go to the next one. I'm going to pivot now to my colleague, Dominic Saltruda, to talk briefly about proposed landscaping, and then I will be back.
Good evening for the record. Dominic Saltruda, 100 Constitution Plaza in Hartford, Connecticut. I'm the lead landscape architect with BL Companies. We are working with our studio is working hand in hand with Stantec Studio. You saw before you the themes and the typologies on the site. The process that we're following is taking those typologies and obviously blending them into a couple of different use areas, one of being the UAR, and that's what I'll talk about tonight. The area around, and we're looking at 1700 to begin with. In terms of the types of landscape that's currently out there, we wanted to blend some of the existing that is to remain and add in more, specifically the deciduous trees we're looking to kind of scatter in there, our Nissa, different types of varieties of oaks and elm. There is an opportunity area where we're going to do some evergreen arborvitae. We're looking at both diversity and aesthetics, so we are going to be bringing in both tree-form dogwood, and then we'll be bringing in shrub-form varieties of dogwood as well on the site. In terms of incorporating in that UAR, we're looking at prairie drop seed grasses, introduction of yarrow, and also junipers and cypress, to say a few. Can you go to the next one? I think this is of more interest to the people here tonight, and that is that area of the champion white oak. I want to talk about it for a little while and understand that the project previously had an arborist on site. On the left-hand side of your screen, you see the area basically looking at that tree canopy, but also looking beyond that tree canopy in terms of the champion white oak's root zone. Something that's been around for a long time, as you saw in the history of the site, so we want to be sensitive to that and make sure that it's around for years to come. There was a pre-evaluation done. During construction, there will be other factors or pre-construction factors that will be observed. An arborist will be brought on board for that. There'll be during construction reviews and oversight, and then there'll be post-construction. On the right-hand side, what you'll notice, and I'll call out the colors, the blue line that you see is the existing development on site. So from the base of the tree, approximately 63 feet over, we realize there's probably root penetration underneath the existing bituminous surfaces. What you see in the orange line, approximately 72 feet away, on the more affected side of the tree, is the anticipated curb line for the proposed development. During that pre-meeting with the arborist, obviously parameters are going to be set in place to protect the tree, parameters for how we're going to adjust any sort of the bituminous paving that's already there on that side of the tree, and then making sure when we introduce the boardwalk area, if we can show that piece, Sarah, and then obviously the walkway that bisects through that area or that zone, that, if you remember, that goes all the way down to the ball fields for that interpretation of that area. We're on board for obviously understanding that to the extent. I will discuss now the taking of the trees for the overall site briefly. We will be discussing 1800 later. A tree survey was performed. There are 863 total trees on site. During that evaluation, 33 were dead, 69 were in poor condition. So it's 102 that were either dead or in poor condition based on that survey. We're going to talk 1700 now. In terms of the amount of trees that we'll have to remove, it's 78 trees. We're going to be bringing into the landscape upland area 174 trees, in the wetland area 248. So that's going to be a total of 422, which is a net gain of 344 trees on 1,700. I will talk to 1,800 again. Long and short of it is, for both sides, it's a removal of 222 trees of the 863 total. And the net gain, when we get over to 1,800, we'll discuss it. But the net gain is going to be approximately 659 trees. That only includes the upland review. There are additional trees that we won't discuss tonight that are going to go on the site that are outside that upland review area. With that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Bruton. Or Chris. Is it Chris? Dean. Apologies. Turn it
Just
back
real
over to
quick,
Dean.
I'm just to say for procedurally, I'm going to be looking for some type of break for the commission just, and for everyone just to stretch their legs, but we don't, not right now. I think it's best that we get through 1,700, and then we're going to break. And then when we get back from the break, the intervener will have the opportunity to ask to do a cross-examination, and the commission will have a chance to do their questions. Okay, please proceed.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dean Gustafson, I'm a senior wetland scientist, professional soil scientist with All Points Technology, 567 Vauxhall Road Extension, Waterford, Connecticut. Mr. Chairman, to that point, we're talking about 1,700. When we're done with that discussion, maybe that's an appropriate time for a break.
Yeah, that's I think that's where we're going to do this. Yeah.
Great. So what I'm going to do is kind of describe the existing wetland resources on 1,700. Excuse me. The wetland systems have been delineated and officially accepted by this agency past month or so ago, and are noted in a heavy green line is the delineated jurisdictional resource edges, and shaded in lighter green is the extent of those wetland areas. The major wetland resource on this parcel is St. Joseph's Brook, which kind of diagonally flows from northeast to southwest across the site and bisects the existing large parking field, Yukon parking field, and the ball fields. That wetland system extends further to the northeast off property on the University of St. Joseph parcel and connects to a forested wetland system in the northwest corner of the subject parcel. That wetland system essentially drains to the east and then south and eventually feeds into St. Joseph's Brook. The banks of St. Joseph Brook have been heavily disturbed through historic alteration and channelization. You may have, if you paid attention during some of the historic aerial photographs, there was quite a bit of straightening of all of the wetland and watercourse resources on the entire project site. But in this regard, St. Joseph Brook, you can see, is a fairly straight, linear watercourse feature, has heavily incised banks, quite a bit of stone armoring in areas, and then in the southern reach, there are actually 3 concrete and stone weirs that restrict flows and also restricts aquatic organism movement and fish movement in and up from the intersection with Asylum. The main function of these wetland systems, which have been limited by the historic development and the existing development intrusions, are flood flow alteration and for wildlife habitat because of that historic alteration and impacts to the ecological integrity of these wetland systems. Do support some wildlife, but it's fairly limited to habituated species that you would typically see in your backyard. It's not a significant wildlife habitat feature. And then finally, it provides sediment and toxicant removal. This watershed, including St. Joseph's Brook, conveys natural base flows from some of the surrounding wetlands, but also quite a bit of stormwater runoff from the surrounding developments as you move off-site to the northeast. So it does allow for some treatment of some of the stormwater inputs. And as Matt had mentioned earlier, the significant improvements to the existing stormwater management system out there will provide additional pre-treatment of that stormwater where none essentially exists today. All of that runoff from that large parking field essentially just runs through the catch basin and pipes and discharges directly into that stream system. Next slide, Sarah. Thank you. So these are just some representative photographs. These are actually showing some of the wetland resources on 1800. So, these provide some general characteristics of what we're talking about and what you've heard before in our presentation of, a lot of this is manicured lawn that you wouldn't necessarily recognize as a wetland feature, but it does contain wetland soils. So by state and local statutes, is defined as a wetland system, but because of the manicured lawn, it limits the typical functions that you would see in a naturally vegetated wetland system, whether it be a wet meadow or a forested or a shrub type wetland system. I'll just point out while we have this slide up is photo 4 it shows what we've identified as wetland 1A. This is a recently created wetland area. It appears to have been unintentionally created by some of the demolition activities that were done a few years ago with that old Yukon building in that location. And you can see that there's right adjacent to it is a concrete sidewalk. And what it is just essentially an area where it has poor grading. It probably never was a naturally occurring wetland system in this area because it was right up against the building wall. But it's an area that now supports, you can see in the photograph, those are cattails and some standing water. And it had enough features in the soils to consider it a wetland resource. It has essentially no function or value. It's a very small area. But that's the one wetland area we will be eliminating with the project. Next slide, please. Here again are representative photographs of some of the wetland habitats. These are all on 1800 Asylum. You can see in the upper photograph the view of what we call Wetland 3, and that's the southern pond of the kind of figure-8 pond system on the subject property. In the lower section, Wetland 4 is kind of the larger expanse wetland that's located in the southeast corner of 1800. And you can see that it's heavily manicured, mowed lawn, but it does contain wetland soils. Beyond that, it has really very limited wetland function and value. Next slide, please. These are some of the photographs showing the Trout Brook feature on 1800. The lower right photograph, it shows some of the incised channel of Trout Brook Drive with Trout Brook Drive in the background. That's Trout Brook kind of the bottom of the photograph. One thing I'll point out with this is that particularly within some of these riparian corridors, the St. Joseph's Brook and Trout Brook, there's a high concentration of invasive woody plants, particularly woody shrubs and woody vines, that are limiting some of the wildlife habitat function in these riparian systems. And later in our presentation, I'll talk about some of the mitigation that we're going to be proposing as part of this project to kind of remove some of these invasives and enhance some of those functions and kind of restore some of these wetland areas to a more naturalistic environment. Next slide, please. So this is back on to 1700, showing the proposed development layout in kind of yellow in relationship to the wetland resource areas, and depicting the one area where we have a direct wetland impact on this parcel. It's an area that's an existing stormwater outfall from the large parking field that exists today. We'll be utilizing that outfall for the improved stormwater management system outfall, and that requires installation of a new head wall, splash pad for the controlled release of the treated stormwater with the proposed development. The actual permanent impact is about 116 square feet, with temporary impact a little over 600 square feet. This is a man-made channel that was dug during the original development of the large parking field to release that stormwater into Trout Brook. It contains stone armoring today. We will be upgrading this to today's standards. So we feel that although it's a direct impact, it's associated with an improvement for the stormwater, the new stormwater management system, and will improve the water quality that discharges into St. Joseph's Brook, and as a result will have an overall positive effect on that wetland system. The area of upland review area activities is about 6.8 acres. And you can see with this overlay on the aerial with the background of the existing parking field, a great majority of that activity is either within the existing bituminous pavement areas or maintained lawn areas. And those upland review areas don't have some of the typical functions that you would see in an upland review area that would support a riparian system as such as this. For example, nice wooded upland corridor buffering the stream system. But we have been sensitive with the proposed development to try to avoid additional encroachment into those pervious upland review areas that border the wetlands in St. Joseph Brook. And we're going to be using those opportunities to enhance that upland review area to establish naturalized buffer areas that will include a wide variety of native trees, shrubs, and herbaceous plants that will provide additional support to that wetland system and enhance that wetland system. Next slide, please. So this is just kind of a summary of what I just talked about. It's just showing a little bit different depiction of the activities. Again, in this slide, the wetlands are highlighted in green. The upland review area, the 150-foot upland review area, is shown by kind of a bold blue line, and then the shaded area of blue shows our area of upland review area activity, and then again, the pink area shows where our direct wetland impacts are associated with upgrading the existing stormwater outfall. Next slide. So now we'll get into some of the discussion of what we're doing to enhance the wetland system, St. Joseph Brook and narrow boarding wetlands, as well as some of the upland review areas to offset some of our activities in the upland review area and our small direct wetland impact area. So we're looking at a variety of different wetland mitigation opportunities, and the first one we'll discuss here is a wetland creation area. As I indicated before, we only have 116 square feet of permanent wetland impact, but we're going to create two new wetland areas that are adjacent to existing wetland systems that border St. Joseph Brook. That'll total over 6,000 square feet. So that's a significant amount of wetland creation compared to the small area of impact that we have with this project. But we are taking every opportunity we can to try to restore these wetland systems back. And as Attorney Pearson had noted earlier, we are very sensitive to the wetland resources on this project, and we are proposing a fairly extensive wetland mitigation plan to improve these wetland resources and avoid any likely adverse impact from the proposed development. Next slide, please. Within the St. Joseph Brook riparian corridor, there are some existing upland areas that are mainly maintained lawn, and in those areas we have an opportunity to enhance that from kind of a manicured lawn to a more naturalistic adjacent upland area. So we're using a wide variety of native species from various native trees, shrubs, and herbaceous material that will support a wide variety of buffer functions from water quality treatment to enhancing wildlife habitat. A lot of these, particularly the shrub species and the trees, have mast that will support some local wildlife. The shrubs will provide opportunities for nesting and food for a wide variety of wildlife, particularly avian species, and will provide a significant naturalized vegetative buffer between the proposed development and St. Joseph's Brook and the adjacent wetland system up to the northeast. Next slide. So as I noted earlier, within the actual riparian corridor of St. Joseph's Brook, particularly in the understory, there's a dominance of invasive shrubs and vines. It's a fairly high concentration of invasive plants in that corridor. And so one additional opportunity we have for this comprehensive wetland mitigation plan is to remove those invasives and then replant with natives that will have a much higher wildlife utilization. Native wildlife has a difficult time utilizing some of these invasive plants, and it ends up suppressing some of the wildlife usage of particularly these riparian corridors, which are a unique and important resource to this property and the local community. So with that, we'll use similar wetland plants in this particular case to replace those that are being removed, the invasives being removed, and that will significantly enhance the functions of St. Joseph Brook and some of the narrow bordering wetland areas. Next slide. And so this is just a summation of the areas of wetland mitigation that we're proposing on this project. And when you compare this to the direct impacts that we're dealing with, we have, a fairly significant amount of mitigation that we're proposed when you total everything up. So right now we're proposing over 143,000 square feet of mitigation. That includes a variety of, actually creating new wetland areas, restoring wetland areas, enhancing wetland areas. That's compared to 116 square feet of permanent direct wetland impact. So when you look at that from a mitigation to impact ratio, you're looking at 55-1 approximately, which is a fairly high mitigation ratio. Most regulatory agencies, whether local, state, or federal, depending on the wetland system, you can be looking at 2-1 to maybe 10-1 at top's end. So we have a significant improvement in our mitigation ratio. When you look at that, that doesn't include some of the buffer enhancement areas. So when you include that, it's a fairly significant ratio. So we feel that with the avoidance that we've provided for wetland impacts and the improvements with the stormwater management system, and then the significant comprehensive wetland mitigation area to offset our work within the wetland resource as well as adjacent to the wetland resource, we feel that this project will not result in a likely adverse impact to the wetland system. It will actually create an enhancement and to the wetland resource. And I think that may be an appropriate time to take a break, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll return. And when we return, then the intervener will have opportunities to cross-examine, and the commission will have opportunities to ask their questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you everybody for your patience. We had to have some procedural discussions. So I just want to, for the benefit of the public, so everybody understands sort of what we're doing next. So I had thought that the presentations for 17 and 18 were going to be combined, but the applicant stuck to the 1700 application, which is, they are separate applications, so it was their prerogative to do so. The applicant has finished their portion of the presentation. And of course, they have the right to speak again on it, but the presentation in chief has completed. So the order of things are going to go like this. So it'll be consistent with what I talked about at the beginning of the hearing, but it'll be limited in a very specific way. We're going to stay in the 1700 Asylum Avenue lane, okay? So we're going to go, we're done with the applicant. We're now going to move on to the intervener. Will have the opportunity to cross-examine the applicant's experts that spoke on just 1700, okay? Once they are finished with their questions, then we will move on to public comment on just 1700, okay? And we'll get as far as we can get before the time limits us on that. So with that, I'm going to ask either Ms. Feely, Ms. Rubin, or Mr. Schulman, could you identify whom you wish to examine first?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Jessica Rubin, I live at 22 Braintree Drive, and I would like to ask some questions of Dean Gustafson, please.
Mr. Gustafson.
Hello, and thank you so much for your presentation. I thought it was very helpful. I have just two questions for you. The first is I wonder if you could clarify how you propose to avoid disruption to and provide established mature habitat for wildlife on the 1700 parcel.
Thank you. Sure, I'd be happy to. So we have a couple of different aspects of, and I assume that you're referencing our mitigation plan. So we have a couple of different aspects where we're creating some new wetland areas, we're restoring some wetland areas, and enhancing some wetland areas. We'll start with the creation area. That'll result in probably, of those three different types of mitigation, that'll represent the area where there'd be the most amount of soil disturbance. We're excavating soil down approximately 1 to 2 feet, establishing wetland hydrology, making sure that we have wetland topsoil in that place, and then planting with a variety of native species. There would be appropriate perimeter erosion control measures put in place before any of that earthwork started, so that way avoid any possible sedimentation of St. Joseph's Brook in that regards. With respect to the other aspects of the mitigation, those result in fairly minor soil disturbances. For the removal of invasives, we use what's called a stump cut and treatment method. We don't remove the root systems, so there's very limited soil disturbance associated with that. And then probably the bulk of the soil disturbance would be actually the planting of the native plants within those zones. We would set up perimeter controls again to ensure that the area between the bank of St. Joseph's Brook and the actual treatment areas are properly segregated and prevent any type of sedimentation into St. Joseph's Brook.
Great. So thank you. Just one follow-up question, please. With respect to disturbance, could you speak to efforts to mitigate noise disturbance to existing wildlife?
So with respect to noise disturbance of wildlife, the major disturbance will occur during the construction phase of the project. There really isn't much you can do to mitigate that. As I mentioned before, these wetland and riparian corridor systems have been heavily altered through historic development, and they afford somewhat limited wildlife habitat, primarily to habituated species, typical species that you would see in a residential backyard. So we don't think that, so there will be some temporary displacement of wildlife during the construction phase of the project because the proximity to the noise, construction activity, construction workers, that wildlife will be temporarily displaced. Those that are more sensitive to the noise than others, those will move into areas beyond the construction zone. And then once the construction is done, they'll come back into this area, into the restored wetland and buffer habitats that we're creating.
Okay, thank you. Second question for me. I'd be interested to learn if you've cataloged the animal species in the parcel to determine whether there are any that are threatened or endangered under state or federal law.
Sure, that's a great question. So we have reviewed what's called the Natural Diversity Database, which is maintained by the Wildlife Division of the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. They maintain an inventory of documented rare species, both plants and wildlife. We reviewed those records, and there are no records of any rare species on the 1700 or the 1800 asylum parcels. During our delineation and our assessment of the habitats, the wetland habitats, we took some general wildlife notes. We didn't observe any listed or rare, state listed or rare species. So the project will have no effect on state listed wildlife or plants.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Professor Rubin, do you have any other individuals you wish to cross-examine at this time?
I don't, and just to clarify, I'm here in my personal, not professional capacity.
Ms. Rubin.
So my name is Jessica
You work
Rubin
at
tonight.
You work at my alma mater, so by default, I have to call you Professor.
Thank you.
By instinct, okay.
Thank you, Gary Schulman, 22 Braintree Drive. I think my questions are mostly for Matt Bruton, please. Matt, I'll ask two questions. And again, if it's actually someone else, I apologize, but I think you can help. Can you clarify for us as the public how much construction is estimated to be located in the Uplands review area? So that's actual, for 1700, I think it'd be more paving. Do we have an estimate in terms of square footage? And then I guess my follow-up to that is there a way that could be decreased?
I don't know if I can give you an exact number off the top of my head, but if you go back, Sarah, maybe to some of the prior slides, I can kind of show you, I guess I point out kind of where we're at compared to existing conditions to proposed. Maybe that one, Sarah, leave it there. So can everybody hear me? All right, a little closer here. So there's I guess an important little nuance with this graphic that wasn't maybe, we didn't dive to in as deeply on the first part. So the green is obviously the wetlands and the blue is the upland review area. The kind of the black dashed line that kind of separates the green and blue is our limit of disturbance. So you can see obviously in some cases where the green and the blue mesh to each other, we're going up to that area. But there are a lot of areas that Sarah's pointing out now that show that there's a gap between the edge of the wetlands and the upland review area. So we're not even going that far, and we're minimizing those areas. So in particular to this site, obviously around the champion oak tree, that's a lot of the area that we're staying as far away from as we can, as Dom kind of testified to before, that we're trying to obviously maintain that tree and respect it and bring it into our development. A lot of, though, what we're doing, as you saw from prior slides, and we can jump back to them too, is we are staying within the boundaries of the pavement that exists today. All right, so Sarah, I think there was this one here. Okay, so this is a good one to build on. So that the red line that we show on this, that is the current boundary, the current curbing boundary of the parking lot for Yukon. So as you can see from the blue that we have here, we're respecting that very closely, and we have other plans later in our presentation from other versions of this that show us going wildly past it in a lot of other areas. Through the discussions with the town, with their experts, we've actually dialed this back quite significantly to stay within that boundary. The two areas that we are increasing, obviously, as I pointed out before, and Sarah can circle for everybody to see, is the baseball fields. That expansion was, in our part, we thought necessary to provide a dedicated baseball parking field separate from the development. Currently, as it exists, as we've been told, is that it's kind of intermingling of the Yukon campus and the baseball field. So we thought it was prudent, even though we're going over the curb line, to have that dedicated parking field. And then the other spot that Sarah can point out, adjacent to the middle residential building, right there, we're going past the existing curb line there, just to provide full circulation around that middle building from an emergency services standpoint. So we've really, and you guys haven't seen it as part of this present portion of the presentation, we were way outside the boundaries to start in terms of how we lay this out. We have dialed it quite back significantly. We think that the two ways that we are encroaching now are still vital to be incorporated as part of the project for the viability of the project. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat.
Okay.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Either Ms. Feely, Ms. Rubin, or Dr. Schulman, do you have any further cross-examination on 1700? Seeing none, just because I can't hear you on the microphone, I will indicate that they are saying no. So I appreciate the efficiency of that. So at this point, the commissioners then have an opportunity to, I failed to mention that part. The commissioners are next in asking their questions, which is traditionally the individuals who ask the questions of the applicant. If the applicant, in this particular case, you can go back to the podium to answer those questions if we have any questions. So any member of the commission on 1700, Ms. Gillette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure who can answer this, but when testing was taking place to determine the wetlands perimeters, were any of the pits dug in the parking lot to see what's under the asphalt?
So the short answer is no. We did not, dig through the bituminous pavement to see what the soils are.
In some areas, you really don't have to dig. There's some pretty big cracks, and I noticed that the test pit, right near the big building there, they went down 13 inches and found groundwater. So I'm not overly confident. I'm just questioning what guarantee is there that the wetland stops where the asphalt begins. And I know that it's sort of common knowledge, common sense would tell you, you've got asphalt over it, so it can't be a wetlands. The asphalt is, one, highly degraded, the groundwater level is very high, and I'm just curious what kind of confidence you have that there aren't wetland soils underneath the parking lot.
So in a developed environment where you have impervious surface, whether it be bituminous or a building, those would not be considered regulated resource areas. They do not contain the necessary characteristics to be defined as a wetland system. And I'll just point the agency to, we've already gone through a formal establishment of the jurisdictional boundaries for this project. So I take your, I understand your question, but, I'm confident that the boundaries that are depicted on these project plans represent the jurisdictional limits of those wetland and watercourse resources.
You add that the town's consultants also can.
And the only thing I'll add to that is your wetland consultant that the town's hired is in agreement with that determination as well.
All right, thank you for that. I do, should I continue?
Yeah, you can follow up. Keep going.
I also had some questions about the drainage, and you talked about the enhancing the catch basin to the brook, which has degraded over time. And that's, I'm sure, a very good thing. On the map, however, I'm seeing, and I'm on page C3.022, I'm seeing 2 catch basins that flow to the brook, and I thought there was only one. And then this system here of piping used to flow to the brook, I believe, yes? And it's now going to flow to Trout Brook? Because it covers, that piping covers a tremendous portion of the property.
Yep, let me just flip to the page that you have. Yep.
I think I'm just not reading it correctly.
No, okay, so I'll so you'll have to point along so the crowd and the rest of the commission can see kind of what I'm going to talk about. So, Commissioner, you are correct, right? So I was talking specifically about that one outfall that currently exists that would be maintained and upgraded, and that's the only one that has direct wetland impacts. There are others. You are correct interpreting that plan. There are other outfalls that do leave the current Yukon parking lot that do discharge to St. Joseph's Brook. In our proposed conditions, one of those is being abandoned as not necessary. We're combining the pipe networks in a different fashion. And there are other outfalls that do also outfall to St. Joseph's Brook, but they are falling within the upland review area, and they're not having any direct wetland impacts. So the initial screen that we showed you showing wetlands, upland, and then that little pink is the only outfall upgrade that has direct wetland impacts.
Well, I think I have some questions on that,
Sure.
because the one on the southern one, the elevations to St. Joseph's Brook drop from where the outfall is to the brook. So it may not be within the wetland zone. It is right next to it. It's higher, and it flows down into it.
Correct.
Which is one of the reasons we do upland reviews. So
Absolutely.
that is a direct impact, yes?
So it's not. We're not looking to disturb any land to make that upgrade to that stormwater management system, that portion that you're talking about. You are correct that the elevation of that outfall does point water towards St. Joseph's Brook. That's what's happening in similar cases here today. Water is feeding into St. Joseph's Brook, but we're not actually digging anything out within the wetland area. We are in the upland review area, and we do want the water to go to St. Joseph's Brook. That's feeding the stream and the associated wetlands. We don't want to divert that anywhere else. We still want the water to go there. We want it to then discharge from our pipes, flow through that buffer and riparian and vegetated areas to get cleaned through that filtering process before it ends up in St. Joseph's Brook. So it was done very intentionally.
But
we
it
did have a
won't be
lot that were in
cleaned.
there before that we pulled out further away from.
Will it be cleaned in the way the upper outfall water has been scoured with are you changing out the detention sediment
Yeah, so there's
portions of the
Yep.
piping?
Yep. So there's
Okay.
there's a couple ways, right? So the water that's actually getting captured by the catch basins within the parking lot, flowing through our hydrodynamic separators, through our stormwater management system, those devices currently do not exist on the property. So
Right.
the addition of those things are pulling out that grit, that grime that is picked up in the parking lot. In addition to that, the one that has the direct wetland impacts, we're reinforcing that to not cause erosion and scour that then goes into the river. The ones that are not having direct wetland impacts are in the vegetated upland area. Those are reinforced as well so that we're not causing future problems, we want that water to disperse
Right.
and trickle into the river. So that's done
And
intentionally and engineered with calculations.
Right, but there are the catch basins in all portions of the piping. The one outfall that you are abandoning, that will now go to Trout Brook, is that correct? You've reversed the flow of that from the going
No,
east to the west?
no. It's being rerouted, but it still ends up in St. Joseph's Brook.
Well, it's being
There is some water on the property that goes to the stormwater management system within Trout Brook Road, but all the water is being discharged mainly to St. Joseph's Brook, which does combine with Trout Brook as you get to the intersection of Asylum and Trout Brook.
Well, yeah, I guess what I'm just curious though is if you are, it appears that this middle portion that you've abandoned, there is a network
Oh,
of
sorry.
piping
I get what
that
you're talking about.
extends all the way up and there is no outfall apparent.
Sorry, I was confusing the portion you were talking about there. That portion is an existing portion of piping gray. That's going to remain as it is there. Only the black lines, the darker lines, that's
the
the
new
replacement of the system. So it's still going to maintain that flow to St. Joseph's Brook there.
All right, well, its outflow is right into the wetlands, correct?
Correct. But we didn't see any need to get into the wetlands there to repair that because of the current state of that outfall. The other one was a different scenario. We thought it was necessary to intrude to make some upgrades.
All right, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I also have, I have a question about people are gonna know this, about the landscaping and the trees, please.
I'll pass
And-
back to my coworker.
And I will add, these are,
Do you have a
Oh,
relevant
yes,
follow-up?
yes, yes,
Sorry, we're going to go,
please.
Commissioner Kaplan has a relevant
Please.
follow-up for you, Matt.
Sure. Yep.
Matt, just before we jump topics, I was curious when you said the existing, that portion of the existing drainage is going to remain.
Yes.
Has there been any consideration of what the longevity of those subsurface structures are, and if that's going to have to be replaced in, say, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and then someone's going to have to be going into that wetland in order to repair that structure in a shorter amount of time, given all this new infrastructure is going to be put in? The load on it may be different than it was historically.
Sure. In general, the parking lot on top of this is similar to what we're proposing. Longevity-wise, your guess could be as good as mine. It may last 5, may last 50 years. But as part of normal maintenance of any property, there may be a situation where it would need to be repaired and replaced. But at that point, we would need to come back to this agency to show that intrusion into the wetlands for the greater good of a maintenance of the system.
But given that I guess I'm curious what the difference is with the existing one. Obviously, it's in better condition. You guys feel that it's substantially, sound, that it can remain. Do you have any opinions or thoughts on the difference between that and why that one is intact versus the one that's
it's
destroyed that
Yep,
needs to go in
understood.
and be replaced?
Yeah, so it's not actually the condition of the pipe or the outfall. It's really the end condition where the water leaves the pipe and hits the natural topography. And Dean can maybe jump in here if he thinks he has something to add to this. But the one that we're replacing, obviously, it was erosive, right? And things are moving around, and the water that's coming out of that is causing problems where we're losing stability on that bank, on that slope. That we're not seeing that same condition at this outlet pipe. So, as part of our analysis that the town is reviewing, we've obviously sized these pipes, checked the size of these pipes to make sure that we're balancing flows to make sure the pipes are sized appropriately. So we obviously think that one needs attention, hence what the direct wetland impacts to improve that condition for the longer term. We don't see that happening now currently or in the future with that other one that we're not touching.
Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Gillette. Ms. Gillette, and then Mr. Bakhorst.
This is, I may come back to this later, but on the mitigation, the wetlands mitigation landscaping pages, C6, that bunch, you cite in the key, I'm sorry, let me get to the page. You cite in the key that you have elms and oaks, and you have nice, how do you say it?
Nissa.
Nissa, Tupelo. But it doesn't, I'm not seeing them on the maps. I didn't see the Tupelo one. What is the tree that is marked BN, and what are the trees that are marked AF? And I'm sorry, it's not on the mitigation.
Let us see if we can find it.
It's on the regular landscape plan, C6022, for instance.
6022. In the URA, you're going to have a couple of those areas where we're going to have some of the trees, they occur in those development zones. So they're done by shape on that plan usually. I don't have a copy of that one. I've got a revised copy. I'll just get a quick look at it.
And I'm telling you, I've spent hours with a magnifying glass, my old eyes. See now, for instance,
This whole area is.
Yeah, we're going to need you on a mic.
I'm gonna follow up to that. That's correct. Yeah, they're identified in a couple of areas. There could be some misspellings on that, but the BNs are Betula nigra, so those are definitely called out on the plan. Most of the occurring trees we're talking about in that upland review area are around, and especially the deciduous trees are going to be occurring in those areas adjacent to the parking areas, within the parking islands, things along those lines. And they may be keyed different, but they are.
I just was curious
Nope.
because they don't
You
appear.
you should be curious. You
They
should
don't
ask
appear
questions.
in the guide.
Yep, and that's a good question.
There's BN, you say, is which?
BN normally is Betula nigra, which
Okay,
is.
and AF, there are just a gajillion of them.
Yep.
And
And we'll get to the bottom of that one too. I may have to reserve the right to go take a look at a couple of other items that we have on the
And I
computer.
looked and looked and looked,
Yep.
but nowhere did I see any of the NISA,
The NISA.
the NY
What's the date on this
characters,
one?
on any of those sheets.
Okay.
All
we
right,
could-
so
we-
put a pin in the answer on that one then.
Yeah, we'll have to get an answer
Okay.
on that one. That's fine.
Okay, well,
right.
that's it for now.
BN and looking for the NISA. I want to give you back. Here.
Oh, yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Bakhorst.
Thank you.
I guess I'll start with some stormwater questions. My first question is, how many hydrodynamic separators are there on the 1700 property?
Oh. Give me a moment to count. I can do that.
There is more. Do you have this on a plan that you could pull up?
We don't have a plan on the screen, and part of that drive that can be put up on the screen here.
I'm looking at C3.020. And I'm seeing one.
There should be one for each outfall. I can, sorry, it's a lot of charts here for me to flip through. Sorry, my colleague that's been pointing has given me the hand signal that there's 6 on 1700 side. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Honestly, I just don't see them on the plans.
Yeah, so a lot of the structures that we have labeled are obviously, they're the same shape as a regular drain manhole. So we can definitely come back and point that out more clearly on a slide moving forward for you. And obviously, we can do the same for 1800 when we get to that portion of the project.
Okay, the subsurface detention system that you are showing, that's different than,
Yeah, so a hydrodynamic separator is a water quality structure where water is swirled, obviously, to separate that total suspended solids from the actual stormwater. The subsurface storm trap system is more of a detention device that holds the volume back before letting it outfall to St. Joseph's Brook.
so you had testified at one point that the flows are going to be reduced.
Yeah, so we
versus
did.
what there is there
Yeah,
now.
so we did an existing analysis, existing conditions versus proposed conditions for the storm events that I said were 2, 5, 10, 25, 50, and 100. So the flows, peak flows off those sites for all those storm events are maintained or reduced. And that's part of our stormwater management plan that has been currently under review with the town
And those
engineer.
gains are predominantly from the one subsurface detention system that you have?
So it's a combination of that one subsurface and also obviously different changing in the actual orientation of the structures. And obviously we're diverting water a little bit differently than it sits today.
Okay. And then just to follow up on that, so you do have hydrodynamic separators, okay. You mentioned in the stormwater report that there was a pending geotechnical study that's going to be completed?
Yeah, so we've done preliminary geotechnical investigation related to test pits on 1700 and 1800 related to the soil types and really predominantly looking at where groundwater is. And I think as mentioned by one of your commission members earlier, it's very high. It's a very flat site. Obviously, you can see we're surrounded by wetlands. We're adjacent to St. Joseph's Brook. So groundwater is very high. We do need to do further geotechnical investigations related to, obviously, building foundations and other structures as well. But from a stormwater standpoint, the critical aspect of the geotechnical is where groundwater is, and that's accounted for in what we've designed so far.
Okay.
And really what that means is there's not a lot of room for infiltration because the soils are quite poor and the groundwater is very high.
Okay. And then in terms of the shallow groundwater table, do you have plans for construction dewatering and how you're going to handle that?
Yeah, so that would have to be something that we deal with as part of kind of means and methods with the contractor. But yes, there would be expected in some of the deeper excavations to have to dewater in a safe manner per obviously state and town regulations that we need to put these into dewatering basins, making sure that any outflow off the property or into the systems or into St. Joseph's Brooks is obviously treated before it's discharged to anything to protect the wetland resources.
Okay, but that's not part of this wetlands application?
That is not part of the wetland application, but something certainly we can build upon and include for the record.
Okay. And then I had a few planting questions.
Sure.
I mean, this pertains to both properties, but somewhere in your materials, it says that you're going to maintain and monitor it for a period of 5 years.
Do you know that?
Is that true?
Yeah, it's terrific.
Oh, sorry.
It's you.
Dean Gustafson. Yes, that's true. As part of the overall wetland mitigation plan, we have both construction monitoring phase, and then once everything's installed, the following growing season will be the start of a 5-year monitoring program.
Okay. The Stantec memo that I saw did recommend an additional 10-year monitoring event?
So I'll let Chris come up and address that, but that's associated with kind of the long-term establishment of the overall landscaping on the property and in protection of it. So I don't know if Chris wants to speak to it briefly.
Hi there. Could you repeat the question, sorry?
Just that in the materials in the plans, it states 5 years of monitoring, yet your memo, I guess it's from you, recommended an additional monitoring event at 10 years. And I just want to make sure that that is part of the plans or not. Either way, it was your recommendation. It wasn't in the plans, however.
Well, in the document we provided, if we're mentioning 10 years, that's what we're recommending.
Okay, but recommending and actually doing can be two different things, right? So I need to hear from the applicant what they're planning on doing.
Yeah, I can't speak for the applicant.
Okay, we can come back to that one. And then you were talking about removal of invasives and replanting along St. Joseph's Brook. Yet your limit of disturbance and your erosion controls it's really outside the limit of disturbance, and that your plans show erosion controls. So were you planning on going beyond that, or was there some other plan for the invasives removal and replanting?
Again, Dean Gustafson. So with respect to the need for perimeter erosion controls for the mitigation areas, those are included in the overall mitigation notes that are part of the plan set. Mm-hmm. We haven't graphically depicted them on the E&S control plans because those will be focused and isolated to just limited areas and aren't associated with the actual construction of the facility. Mm-hmm. But if it'd be helpful for the commission to have a better understanding of what we're proposing in those areas, we can add that detail to the plans.
Yeah, it's just a little bit misleading if you don't show any erosion controls and where you're stating that you're going to be doing work. So that's why I was looking for the clarification.
Yep. Yeah, they're specified in the overall mitigation plan notes that are part of the plan sheets, but they aren't graphically depicted, but we can correct that.
Okay. And then there's survival rate. At one point, you said 50%. Was that now increased to 75%?
That's correct. Yes, that's been corrected to 75%. That's represented in the plan set that's before the agency.
And a 20% tolerance for invasive species, or?
Yes, that's correct. 20% is the performance standard for that.
Okay. I believe those are all my questions pertinent to 1700. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bankhorst. Questions on 1700?
Excuse me, point of clarification.
Sure, of
on the
course.
question that was asked from me earlier. What sheet was the council or the committee member looking at? I just didn't write it down. I apologize.
Oh, I'm so
I apologize. I just want to make sure I get your question answered as fast as possible.
I think that was the one that Gordon was looking at. Is that the one you were looking at?
Yes, well, actually, it's the series C6 point.
No, you had it right. It was just him, not her.
And it continues on in detail for the next.
C6020. That's what I needed. Thank you very much.
That portion.
Thank you. Mr. Kaplan.
I had a follow-up question for Mr. Gustafson. The post monitoring that's going to occur for either 5 or 10 years, I guess we're waiting on that clarification from the applicant, but in either regard, is that going to be just for the plantings, or is that also going to be for the invasive species? If there's a 20% tolerance of leaving that stuff behind, invasive species aren't just going to lie dormant during that period of time. Is the follow-up monitoring include subsequent, I guess, looking for invasives and possibly treatments and, more, I don't know if you're going to do more stump cut and treatment method for removal, but I was curious about that.
Yep. Dean Gustafson again. So with respect to the mitigation areas, we do have performance standards that are established in the mitigation notes for the monitoring. Essentially milestones to ensure that what we're creating for enhanced wetland areas or new wetland areas actually function as wetland areas at the end of the day. And that's why the 5-year monitoring period is an intensive active monitoring period by wetland scientists. And we observe those areas and weigh them against those performance standards. So with respect to invasive species, that's correct. We'll continue to monitor the population of invasives or reoccurrence of invasives after treatment. And in all likelihood, based on the concentration of invasives today, there'll be a need for subsequent treatment, and that's already laid out in our mitigation notes. We anticipate that there's a potential for that. We have, the mechanisms in place to be able to continue to suppress the invasives and allow for the planted natives to get a foothold and take dominance over those wetland areas.
So the mitigation notes relative to the invasive species controls weren't very specific. And you mentioned stump cut and treatment method. Is the intention that that's going to be primarily the only thing that you use, or is there a possibility of doing a more broad pesticide application for that mitigation down the road?
No, it's a very good question. So, and we've done a lot of these plans and implemented a lot of these plans across the state. So we have a lot of practical experience. And in our experience, that methodology of stump cut and treatment of the mature invasives that are out there is the best way to treat and remove those invasives. Now, once we get to the next phase of our post establishment of the mitigation areas monitoring, there may be some areas where you have the seed source that's in the wetland soils that contain invasives. Through some of our planting and whatnot, you may see some seedlings come up depending on the concentration of those areas. Then maybe would use kind of a low volume aerial spray, just focus spray on those areas. For seedlings, you're not going to stump and you're not going to cut the stumps because they're just seedlings. So we would use that as an auxiliary technique to kind of suppress the invasives. We can draw that out a little bit better in that specific section of our wetland mitigation notes to provide a little bit better clarity. So thank you for that.
Okay, that would be helpful.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Do we have any other questions for the applicant on 1700? Please. Mr. Lyons. Yes, Mr. Lyons.
First of all, thank you to everybody who made the presentation tonight. Very detailed. I appreciated it. I feel like I learned a lot. And
Microphone.
Microphone,
Oh, I forgot.
Mr. Lyons.
Sorry, gang.
Yeah.
Not used to this
None of
yet.
those kind words were on the record.
I'm not going to
Mr.
say
Lyons.
yes, exactly. Now I'm going to be mean. So I just wanted to thank Attorney Pearson and the entire team for making the presentation tonight. I feel like I picked up a lot from it. As always, it seems like Attorney Pearson is incredibly detailed and incredibly thoughtful. So thank you all for that. I reviewed this information over the last couple of days, and I'm going to apologize in advance that I did not note in the questions I came up with. I did not note if they were 1700 or 1800. If I wander in 1800, please just course correct me. First question, which is kind of a follow-up to Commissioner Gillette's question, on page 12 of the Oakwood Park presentation, you talk about unintentionally creating during relatively recent demolition activities some additional wetlands. Is this something that happened since UConn vacated the property? Is it something that happened very recently this year? And finally, are we talking about that small area where the cattails are growing? I assume that's the area we're talking about?
That's correct. Again, Dean Gustafson. So the area that you described is, and I think Sarah is going to get us to a slide where we can kind of pinpoint that area.
If I may interject, Mr. Chairman, it
It's
is
18. I apologize. Okay, I'll move on.
Yep. That is on 1800.
Thank you anyway.
Yep, you're welcome. I'll be happy to answer it later.
Well, we get to have another hearing, so anyway.
We're the same.
Bear with me, I'm just going to go through my notes, okay? In wetland number 3, you talk about sediment and toxicant removal. That is the ground contamination that's been talked about for years, correct?
Yes, and I'll just point out that that is on the 1800 asylum
Okay.
parcel.
All right. I might give myself one more strike on the 18. In fact, you know what? I'm going to jump to the rainfall because I know I'm safe there because it applies to both. I saw the rainfall chart. I'm not going to look for it now, but it's in here. I appreciated the detail. I also appreciated the accuracy of it. Weather is something, something I've studied, and it's something people like to exaggerate on. So I appreciate your detailed analysis on it. My concern is drainage. We have, I understand that the builder is going to put in a very state-of-the-art and modern drainage system. My fear is it's going to lead into a system that's over 100 years old. I don't know if there's anything to address from that, but talking about the rainfall totals have been fairly steady over the last century, and your report provided that. Obviously, people could Google search and see that. The concern I run into is, in spite of the fact that rainfall totals have been steady, we are seeing more flooding here in town. And it's because our rainwater runoff in our sewage system is 100 years old, antiquated, and in need of massive repair throughout the town. I don't know if there's anything for you to address, but it's something I'm very, very concerned about.
Yeah, so I'll just put one point. I appreciate the compliment, and we're obviously using NOAA Atlas 14, which is the latest, publicly data that we should be using. I'd say my experience with kind of knowing the area and the other flooding issues, I know it's a lot of infiltration from combined systems that are relics in the town that are no longer applicable, right? That no one would build today. I'd say on our property here, we have a separated system, so sanitary going in one direction, stormwater as a dedicated system. I know a lot of some of the flooding that you're talking about is because antiquated systems, public systems where stormwater and sewer are combining. I know the town is aware of that, obviously separated. So I think that goes to our last point on this slide of helping with some of the culvert possible improvements that surround these properties related to St. Joseph's and Trout Brook, but we are aware of obviously some of the neighborhood impacts.
Okay, all right, thank you. I did just want to bring that up, so I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Lyons. Follow-up, any other questions? Please, Ms. Grisilli.
I have a statement. I walked the grounds today, and I also crossed Asylum Street and looked at Trout Brook bubbling along beautifully. And my expectation and my hope is that the Trout Brook that I looked at on the other side of Asylum will be cleaned up. How will that be? What will be the mechanism of that afterwards? Is it just take out all the?
Just want to clarify, you're talking about along Trout Brook, adjacent to Asylum there, more of the vegetation related along the banks of that channel. I think Dean.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this is getting a little uncomfortable for me, but that's on the 1800 Asylum parcel.
I'm sorry.
So I would love to answer your question, but to kind of keep with the theme here on 1700.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on 1700?
I do.
All right, Gordon and then Josh.
I have one question regarding the trees. There was an inventory of trees that was made, perhaps earlier than this project. It doesn't indicate which ones are staying and which ones are going and why.
So the tree inventory report doesn't indicate that, but that is detailed out in our demolition plan. So those are on our demolition plans. Obviously, the landscape plans for the proposed trees.
There are a few minor discrepancies in some of those plans. Some show that trees are leaving and some are staying and on different plans. And then some are in areas where it seems like they could be saved, but they're being X'd out. And so I don't know why. Maybe they're dead. Maybe they're in poor condition. I just don't know. But so it's hard to evaluate, you Xing out certain trees in non-developed areas.
Understood.
Something like that would help clarify, maybe.
Absolutely. We can come back, I think, with some more detailed slides related to that topic for next time.
And that pertains to both. And then the
just procedurally. I just want to make sure the staff is keeping track of these open questions.
I am, Mr. Chairman, and some of them track outstanding staff comments as well.
Got it. Thank you. Please.
And then the last question was stormwater. The southernmost parking lot on 1700, that discharges into Trout Brook Drive, into the stormwater system?
Correct. The southernmost one, and Sarah, if you could probably trace it there better than I can see it from this angle. But yeah, one outfall does go in that direction. Yep.
Is there a reason, and I don't know the answer to this, what's appropriate, that it would go directly into the brook versus going into the stormwater system and then into the brook?
Yeah, I believe the elevation of those pipes related to that expansion of that baseball field, we're at an elevation that if we were to discharge it directly to St. Joseph's Brook, we'd actually be introducing new wetland impacts. to get down to the grade necessary to let it flow by gravity. So as opposed to providing that, we went the other way. And we're still able to balance flows, because obviously that system in the street does get back to those water bodies, but we didn't want to introduce more direct wetland impacts.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkhorst. Mr. Kaplan.
I'm going to come back to the trees for a moment. The heritage oak tree that it was described, the limits of the disturbance aren't going beyond the pavement in that area, but the path does go through what was shown on one of the earlier slides during the presentation as being in the area of the root system for that tree. And I was trying to find some description of that path. I know in some of the materials, the path in some places was going to be 8 feet wide, and there was going to be a certain amount of disturbance. And I'm just curious what the depth of the disturbance is for that path, and you know, if that was sort of taken into account for what sort of disturbances could affect the root system of that tree. That tree also, because of its size and the fact that it does immediately border the wetland, if that tree were to die as a result of any of the activities, there could be a disturbance there. So I do think it's relevant.
Yeah. We obviously see that tree as value, right, to the community and the property, and we don't want that to happen. And you know, I think my colleague talked earlier about the, you know, pre-construction and post-construction, right? So a lot of those, that section that is closest to the root of the tree would be an at-grade walk. So, you know, excavation could be 6, 8, 10 inches at most. Portions that I think go further away are more boardwalk level, so they're elevated, more sonotubes to limit infiltration, to allow into the ground, to allow stormwater to flow. But as obviously, if this moves forward and progresses into construction, we would really need to get more in depth as pavement gets pulled up and we start with construction, to make sure we may have to make adjustments to make sure that we're not hitting those critical roots as things get exposed. But that's our goal, as yours, is to ensure the survivability of this tree. And if we have to make tweaks as things get exposed during construction, we would look to do that.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I 100% appreciate all the effort you guys have been putting into trying to save, you know, trees on the property and that tree specifically. But what you just described sounds like precautions being taken during demolition, which is great. But I guess if I missed it, my apologies, but is the description of what that path and how it's going to be constructed detailed somewhere on the plans? Just I appreciate it's different in different places, but I was trying to figure out that stretch that's around that tree specifically, where that.
Yeah, Sarah, could you go to the champion white oak slide? Let me see if I can point out exactly where it's called out on the plans for you, Commissioner. So if you guys have the plans in front of you, I believe I'm looking at C1.022.
Okay, in the general site plan.
Yeah, so we show it as a, so it's a site plan. So it calls out the dimension of the plan and also calls it out as a concrete walkway sidewalk.
So that'd be a concrete sidewalk, which would require some kind of sub-base underneath the concrete.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's probably being excavated is more than 6 to 8 inches.
Yep. It could be deeper than that. Yeah, 12 inches, 16 inches. Yeah, it could.
Just slice across there.
I have a related question. Is why did you move the path closer to the tree versus the existing parking area? Why don't you just move it further away into?
We can certainly do that.
I mean,
that
would seem to make the most sense.
Yeah, the addition of this path actually came from another agency related to the connectivity between the baseball fields and the kind of core entrance of this. But yeah, we can certainly, we've pushed obviously the parking away. We can certainly do the same as well for the path.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in one thing. So, excuse me, we can certainly consider converting some of that walkway to an elevated, boardwalk as well to minimize the impact.
Sure.
So,
Or superficial stone dust or something.
No.
Yeah, so
Um,
elevated walkway would be better.
I guess I'll just put this question quickly though, just to staff in terms of the commitment that's just been made by the applicant is a little fuzzy. How are we going to
Moving the path.
just like
changing the
moving
path.
it? Like where's it moving? Like that's a change in the plan.
Sure.
Like what is the commitment?
I think you're looking for us to move the path further than the existing limits of pavement.
Thank you.
You are very welcome.
Yeah, Ms. Gillette.
I want to jump on what you said, the elevated boardwalk. I have to tell you, we do these hearings all the time, and I appreciate all of the talk about upland review area and how that's not what's already there. But we make people put decks on with helical spikes. We don't really let people build in these upland review areas unless they are really having no impact. And the paths that you have proposed, you say stone dust, well, that's fine, but that also builds up. And when you're doing that, you are basically building what will become a swale or a berm, which restricts the flow of water. If it is a raised boardwalk on the helical things, then you can go through anything. I mean, you can go through the wetlands and not have to skirt around. I just think they're they're harder for maintenance, I think, but I think they are a far superior path construction for these kinds of areas, and it eliminates the need for moving. Anyway, that's my 2 cents on.
Just to note for the record, we will take all of this under advisement. We will look at all the suggestions that have been made. We will consult with an arborist, and we will make sure we have the best solution for this when we come back to you after we have a chance to really think about it.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Do we have any other questions for the applicant on 1700? All right, that's good. All right, so what we're going to do, we are at 10:30. We're not going to stop. We're going to move on to public comment. We are going to stop at 11. There is going to be another opportunity on the 11th of December. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to get as far as we can get tonight, and then we will pick up where we left off on the 11th. There will also be, and can I commit to this on the record in terms of an additional date, or is there an additional date available? Because I just want people to understand that if they're feeling time pressure, that we are also looking to relieve some
There
of that
likely
pressure.
will be, Mr. Chairman, that would
Okay.
be the 13th
All right.
of December. I don't know
Definitely
if
the
you want to
11th,
say.
and we're looking for the 13th as well, just so there's no pressure on the amount of material that we have to get through. Yeah, because there is time pressure in this particular case because of all the delays that we need to be closing the hearing by the 15th. So we really need to get this in. All right, I don't want to take up any more time for the public comment. So it is going to be, all right, great. So I have the sign up, and could I just clarify, Mr. Pudlick, that, because were there sign up sheets in both locations? Then I'm going to want to alternate between those sign up sheets. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ashworth. Okay. All right. So we're going to start with Ruth Miller. And I just want to thank everyone for their patience.
Mr. Chairman, point of order?
Yes, one second, Ms. Miller,
I
yes.
apologize. This is not Q&A, this is strictly statements?
These are comments.
Could I ask that we raise the shades if they're not needed, the screens if they're not needed?
We may need them as reference.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so, and it's like the public can see them, we can see
You
them.
don't really need it from me, but,
Yeah, so, thank you.
okay. Good evening, everyone. Good night. My name is Ruth Miller. I live at 1669 Asylum Avenue in West Hartford, have for 21 years. Asylum Avenue, pretty much right across from St. Joseph's. I've printed out 3 maps to distribute. The first showing the land at 1700, 1800. In the past, in 1934, you saw something like this earlier tonight, back in its watery state. The second, as the property would appear if the currently proposed development moves forward. And number 3 is how it might look in an alternative future where the land is restored as a watershed and wetland park with no building in the wetlands or wetland buffers. Just so you know, I studied landscape architectural design at UConn in the 1990s and then worked for 20 years at a conservation district until I retired last year. My specialties were designing wetland buffers and working with native plants. I apologize for joining in this open planning process. Seems to have been going on a long time, belatedly. But I know that for me and for many of us, the recurrent flooding for a few years and flooding of our neighborhood streets and basements, and then this past summer was a real red flag. Several months ago, in an effort to determine the possible impact on the environment of the new development being proposed, I collected a variety of city, state, federal documents, consulted several old as well as new city maps, and I then applied a state-of-the-art watershed assessment tool recently developed at UConn to answer this question. Given the flooding in this area that has become chronic because of global climate change, just how healthy are the watersheds of West Hartford, particularly in the vicinity of this proposed development? The answer is sobering. The proposed development, like much of West Hartford, is situated within a sub-regional watershed of the Trout Brook River that is unhealthy. Among other problems, this area has a poor ratio of pervious to impervious surfaces, as well as poor overall vegetative cover. There are high nitrogen loads in water. The soil is a type of clay that cannot absorb much water at a time. As a result, 1700, 1800 Asylum Avenue and its environs are prone to flooding. An aerial photo, that first one on the front of the now 1700, 1800 Asylum taken in '34, makes clear one reason why. This photograph shows an area of partly agricultural and partly watery wetland land on the way to becoming surrounded by early residential developments. The 1700, 1800 property shows an almost self-contained area crisscrossed by watercourses and ponds that flow into the Trout Brook River, which is doubtless surrounded by many acres of wetlands or, just poorly drained soil, and there's green vegetation and trees surrounding it, ringed by it. City planners and real estate developers in the 1930s didn't know what we know today about the importance of watersheds and wetlands to absorb rainfall. As a result, most of the surrounding indigenous wetlands were converted into plots for building residential houses and covered with impervious surfaces like driveways.
Ms. Miller, we're at 3 minutes, if you could, please try
I'm
to-
over 3.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I've got,
Please.
I think I can do it.
Okay.
let's see. This is the bad news, but there is some good news. West Hartford now has a rare opportunity to restore what today is still a relatively open area of watersheds and wetlands. The general idea is to preserve and increase green vegetation and trees suitable to wetlands, and to replace concrete with permeable surfaces, and thus helping create what some called sponge cities. In fact, Connecticut's current system of state stormwater permits and its new stormwater quality manual are meant to encourage such best practices by expanding open spaces that can absorb more stormwater when it rains. West Hartford has a well-deserved reputation.
I'm going to need you to wrap up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just say this. I hope that you will keep in mind the Hebrew phrase, tikkun olam, repair the world, and that you will seize a rare opportunity to rectify some of the mistakes made in the past by developers and city planners who didn't know about the critical importance of healthy urban watersheds, especially as our global climate continues to change. Thank you for
Thank you,
listening.
Ms. Miller. And I just want, I'll note for everyone in the audience just to repeat, this will not be the last opportunity to speak. It's just we want to make sure that we get to others. John O'Donnell from the Overflow Room would be up next if he's available. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's very nice to see you all again. Before I begin my comments, I'd actually like to first thank and recognize town staff for all their efforts on this application. It's abundantly clear from the record how much work and effort you've put into this, and you're a real credit to this town. We're very lucky to have you. I also want to recognize the applicant's lobbying group, Sullivan and Lashane, who actually took some time to reach out to me personally on this project and solicited some input, which I thought was really exemplary, and I really appreciate it. If I have any regrets, it's unfortunately that the applicant doesn't seem to have listened to the comments from any of us. By way of brief background, I'm a graduate of UConn Law, class of 2007. I've lived in West Hartford since 2005. During my time here, I've served on the Conservation and Environment Commission as both a member and a chair, and I'm proud to say I'm a former member of this body. In that capacity, I'm also one of the authors of our current plan of conservation and development here in the town of West Hartford. So why am I here opposing this particular application, the 1700 application? It has to do with the direct impacts to the wetlands, and there's no question that this application has direct impacts on the wetlands. In fact, the applicant admits as much in their application. Page 3 of the Wetland Assessment Report writes, and I quote, "With a wide distribution of wetlands across the site, extensive developable areas suitable for a large redevelopment such as Oakwood Park without any wetland resource impacts just do not exist. As a result, outright avoidance of wetland impacts is not possible." Now, this, of course, begs the question, what is feasible on this property without impacting the wetlands? Now, earlier, the applicant told you during their comments that you're not allowed to consider things like alternative uses of the property, size and scale of the property, and the nature of the development. That's simply not legally correct. Connecticut General Statutes 22A and the Wetlands Water Act state that this commission must, if there's a direct impact to the wetlands, as has been conceded, consider all feasible and prudent alternatives to the project. And what that means, folks, is feasible means capable of being physically built, and prudent just means reasonable in light of the social and economic benefits to the town. I'm going to suggest to you you've heard zero evidence today about the social and economic benefits that this project would pose to the town. And you've certainly had zero analysis of what those feasible and prudent alternatives are. I will note that in the soil scientist report, they offer 4 alternatives that they suggest that these are. But I note that the first is a no-build situation. When we'll get to that one in a moment. The other are alternatives that have already been rejected by the applicant, ones that they considered previously and deemed not to go forward with. I suggest to you that those are not actual bona fide alternatives. Alternatives actually have to be things under consideration in the future. The fact that they've already been discarded mean that they're not alternatives. But I want to talk very quickly about what those alternatives might be for this site and why the applicant fails to meet their burden of proof by failing to discuss these issues. In the reports, it's well noted that this, in fact, used to be farmland. Farmlands right here in the middle of town. And there's all sorts of literature out there on, and I have some here for the commission, on the benefits of urban agriculture. At no time did the applicant analyze the feasibility of returning this property back to its initial farmland state. We have all sorts of ordinances now that allow for chickens in our yards, beekeeping, rooftop gardens. There's all sorts of ways in which this land could be analyzed as farmland.
So note we're past the 3-minute mark.
Well, I'll be very quick then, Mr. Commissioner. I appreciate your indulgence. I'll also note that they haven't analyzed actually using it for its current zoned purpose, which is residential single family. Our plan of conservation and development speaks at great length about the value of single-family homes, about how they return equity to the residents here in West Hartford, and this project just simply doesn't comply with that goal and many other goals of the plan of conservation, which I'll be happy to discuss at future hearings. I want to be respectful of people's time. Thank you again for your work and the opportunity today.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. So the next, I'll just actually call out the next two individuals. So first will be Sandra Rampertab, and then Sachin, and then Sachin Rampersad. Sandra had to leave. Okay. How about? So this would be from the overflow room. Then this would be Sachin Rampersad. I'm going to give him a second to run in from the overflow room. And then just I want to queue up Bob Clunan. All right, I'm gonna let Bob come up, and if Sachin shows up, we'll. So do we have a Bob Clunan? All right. Chris Torino. Okay. Sheila Flanagan.
She's going to come back to speak on December 11th.
Okay. Chris Hennigan.
Commissioner, I'll return to speak on December 11th.
Thank you. Pat Wilson. Going once, going twice. Okay. I have a couple scratch outs. Tyler Virgin. I'm going to give Tyler a second to come over from the overflow if he's still there. Charlotte Guerra. Just for the records, they're going to defer till the 11th. Robin Santiago. She left. Okay. Evelyn Fishman. Seeing none? No. I thought about it for a second. Christine Feely, is that one of the? Yeah, that's one of the interveners. So that's not. No 2 bites. What's that? Yeah. Right, and you told us before we restarted that you were deferring till the 11th. So do you want her to hold comments as a public comment? Yeah. Yeah, you get to be you're an intervener. You have special status in this, but not extra special status in this, as it were. All right, so just going to go back to Tyler Virgin. Okay. Jared Needleman. Nope. All right. Rona Free, excuse me. Please.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I'm Rona Free, president of the University of St. Joseph, and I live at 27 Buckingham Lane in West Hartford. I'm not an environmental scientist, so my comments primarily reflect my experience with projects completed on our campus in West Hartford over the last 8 years. Over the course of those 8 years, we have completed multiple projects that have gone through the same review process that this current proposal is going through. And while we have found it to be frustrating and expensive to comply with the wetlands regulations, especially having to redesign projects, hire soil scientists, and address many comments from the town planning and engineering staff, my experience makes me confident that this project, like ours at USJ, will be held to standards that ultimately improve stormwater management, something that's critical to our campus, and that mitigate wetland impacts. We've been held to those standards during the planning process, during the construction process, and also through multiple year lookbacks to ensure that the effects were as expected. Reviewing the documents that were submitted and posted online at the agenda, especially the staff comments and questions and the developers' responses. I feel confident that this proposed project will be held to standards and requirements that protect the wetlands and enhance stormwater management. I feel even more confident about that after hearing the presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Free. And I'm going to have a hard time reading this, I apologize. Morgan Hilliard, 46 Lawler Road. Apologize if I mangled that horribly. Okay, thank you. Joe Visconti, 1 Clifton. December 11th. Okay. Yuri Katowitz. Okay. Harris Simons. Please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Harris Simons. I'm been here for a long time, around 62 years. I came here and I ran into Eve Bendette, who's one of the only people that I knew in the room. She asked me to listen and asked me why I was here. And one of the things I like to see smart growth from the town. And I don't know many of you commissioners, although I've been before many of you. And I just want to commend the process. The developer started this 22 months ago, and this professional staff is really unbelievable, the best I've ever seen, the best presentation I've seen for the wetlands. I could go here and try to convince you what I've heard, that this isn't an inland wetland issue, it's another issue about the use of the property. And I think when we start getting ahead of ourselves, we slow the process down. And there's nothing that I'm going to say that's going to convince you, because I heard everybody clapping, that it should be single-family houses or it should be a farm or this and that, but that's not what we're here today. Question is, what are we going to do about the given issues that we have? And, you know, these commissioners asked great questions. The staff has worked on this for 22 months. I look at this team of professionals that we have in the town of West Hartford as the best team we've ever had in the state since I've been involved here. West Hartford's the envy of all towns. To have a developer like Dominic and his team, it's not an LLC. His name is Dominic. He's a unique guy. He wants to be a developer in this town. We're lucky to have people like Dominic and others that want to be here. I don't want to go over the 3 minutes, if I could just think, but this flooding issue seems to be a big issue, and I feel bad for all those people, and I listened to your about the flooding, and it must really be awful when it floods in those heavy rains. And I just have confidence that the town is working with the developer to solve this problem. I hope we have confidence in the town. I really do. Got a great staff. That's all I really have to say. I don't want to offend anybody. I'm sort of sheepish to talk because not many people come here, but on an inland wetland issue, I don't think that's why people are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Without weighing in on the comments about the developer staff, I can say you're speaking to the choir here when it comes to the professional staff of the town of West Hartford. I think these two guys, and in my experience, and I think this is fairly commonly known as that West Hartford actually does have some of the best staff. I mean, a bunch of us at this table spent almost an entire summer developing the 10-year plan of conservation and development with this staff, and I was absolutely blown away by the stuff that they were bringing to us. We improved our plan of conservation development demonstrably over the prior 10-year plan, and we really, I always say my advice to applicants is, do not ignore what they're telling you, because they really have the pulse of this group. With that, so we are at the end of the sign-up list, and we are 4 minutes from the time we said we were going to stop. So I think we want to be consistent with what we said we were going to do and follow through. Is there anything that needs to occur tonight? And I'm looking to the staff. I'm looking to council.
I think just reaffirming that the hearings will be continued to the date certain, which was December 11th.
Right, and we don't need to take a vote on that. The hearing just remains open. All right. Thank you to everyone who sat through all this. Does the applicant, yes?
Only
Just if you, just to the microphone.
We want to start at 6 o'clock.
We'll let them
Minor
know.
detail, can you just clarify for sure that it will be held here, same thing as now?
Very good question. Thank you, council.
That is correct. It will be held in the Legislative Chambers, room 314, Town Hall, West Hartford.
All right, and has that been noticed already?
It has not.
All right, and that's an open question I have as to time, and I think that's something you and I can discuss. Could
We
it
should
start?
indicate the time now while the commission is fully present, as are the public.
That's a really good point, Todd. We should talk about that.
He's got really good stuff.
He's pretty good. See what I told you. I think an earlier time might benefit us if everybody at this table is okay with that. 6 o'clock?
Sure.
All right, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. All right, everyone. Anything else?
Do you need a motion for?
We'll need a motion to adjourn, but I want to make sure that we've got questions out of the way. Ms. Gillette?
Just very quickly, so have we completed this round on 1700 and we will be starting on 1800?
No. So,
No.
yeah,
Okay.
so,
All
no.
right. That's
So
all
what's
I
going to
wanted to
happen on, no, sorry, I should have answered that more quickly. What's going to happen on that Monday is that we'll pick up with public comment, if there's anything left on 1700, right? And again, people can defer to after 1800 if they want to. And then, yeah, so we will be continuing on 1700 until we fully,
And we will be able to ask additional questions?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Fine.
So, I mean, the commission has the opportunity to ask questions until the hearings are closed, full stop.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Then, as we are going to end here, do we have anything else before we have a motion to adjourn? All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Actually, Mr. Lyons is seated on the motion to adjourn. So you're the first, you're the second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.